Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum, jointly hosted by ERIA as the Secretariat of the Asia CCUS Network, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, SKK Migas, and the Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS. A very warm welcome to everyone joining us here at Fairmont Hotel Jakarta and to all of you who are joining us online. We are delighted to have all of you with us today on these important occasions. Since its establishment in 2021, the Asia CCUS Network has grown into a strong platform for advancing carbon capture, utilization, and storage, as well as carbon recycling, with the goal of achieving decarbonization, energy security, and sustainable economic growth in the region. This forum has taken us places. The first forum was held online with following forum in Tokyo, Hiroshima, Bangkok, and we are very grateful to be able to host all of you here finally for the 5th forum in Jakarta. Today, we have a lineup of wonderful speakers and leaders who are ready to share their expertise and wisdom with us today. So without further ado, please allow me to invite to the stage for the opening remarks. He is the President of ERIA. Please welcome President Tetsuya Watanabe.
Very good morning, Honorable Dr. Eddie Sparno, Deputy Chairman of the People's Consultative Assembly, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Laude Sulaiman, Director General of Oil and Gas, MEMR, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Kazuo Chujo, Minister Deputy Head of Mission Japan to ASEAN, Dr. Joko Susiwanto, Head of SKK Migas, Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, Director for International Strategy, METI Japan, Dr. Koji Yamamoto, Senior Vice President, JOGMEC Japan, Professor Sagno Adisasmito, Executive Director, Indonesia Center for Excellence for CCS and CCUS, distinguished speakers and panelists and guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Welcome to the 5th Asia CCUS Forum. First, let me express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Dr. Eddie Sparno, Deputy Chairman of the People's Consultative Assembly, for his very precious presence here at this meeting. My gratitude also go to the Ministry of MER, Indonesia, and Japanese METI, and SKK Migas, and Center for Excellence for CCS and CCS, Indonesia, at ITB for hosting this forum with ERIA and Asia CCUS Network Secretariat. Asia CCUS Network was established to promote CCUS technology in the region in support of decarbonization, economic recovery, and growth. It does so through partnership, enabling knowledge and experience sharing as well as joint research activities. This year marks the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. We continue to bring together experts from ASEAN members and partners to address pressing issues and recent development in CCUS, strengthening understanding and capability to support its development in Indonesia and in this region. Since last year, we have witnessed remarkable progress on CCUS. Around the world, Norway's Northern Lights project and Australia's MEMR CCS initiative are moving from concept to reality. Here in ASEAN, we observe the seriousness of member countries. Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, and Singapore are in developing a regulatory framework and defining the potential project, including cross-border CCUS projects. We also see the initial stage of CO2 utilization as a raw material for variable chemicals products, ammonia, methanol, DME, synthetic fuel, and other chemicals. The pathway to commercial use of CO2, whether for a material for developing synthetic fuel, building materials, or other chemicals, is evolving. Current development suggests that the conversion of CO2 into useful products holds strong promise, but achieving this will require much greater collaboration, especially within this region. It is in this context that this forum focuses on cross-border CCS and carbon recycling. These issues require unprecedented cooperation. No single country can achieve full potential alone. We need harmonized regulations, investment in infrastructure, and trust between governments, industries, and communities. This network provides a unique platform to build that trust and turn vision into action. Excellency, distinguished speakers, and all participants, your guidance, thoughts, and experience will be very important for the success of the forum. They will also bring benefit to the development and deployment of CCUS in this region. On behalf of Secretariat and ERIA, we are international organization headquartered here in Jakarta, hosted by Indonesia. I would like to thank you, all of you, for your contribution. I hope this forum will provide all of you with new insights and ideas for advancing CCUS in the region as part of our collective effort to achieve net zero emissions. Thank you again for your continued support for Asia CCUS Network. Thank you.
Thank you, President Watanabe, for the opening remarks. Next, please allow me to invite to the stage. He is the Minister Deputy Head of the Mission of Japan to ASEAN. Please welcome His Excellency Kazuo Chujo.
Distinguished VIPs, speakers, and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi. Ohayo gozaimasu. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to speak before you today at this meaningful gathering for friendly exchange and collaboration. On behalf of the Government of Japan, I would like to thank ERIA for co-hosting and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, SKK Migas, and Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS for their invaluable cooperation. Our thanks also go to the ASEAN member states, Australia, India, the United States, and all related institutions and companies for participating today and working with Japan on this important issue. As Minister of the Mission of Japan to ASEAN, I will speak today on the crucial partnership between Japan and ASEAN. For many years, our nations have worked hand in hand, fostering a robust and multifaceted collaboration. This cooperation extends across a wide range of initiatives encompassing energy efficiency, renewable energy, energy security, hydrogen, and others, and activities include capacity building, information sharing, and numerous successful private sector projects. Creating a sustainable energy future demands broader collaboration, especially collaboration with other dialogue partners. We have actively engaged through established platforms such as the ASEAN Plus 3 and the EAS, with annual ministerial energy meetings to advance our shared goals. In addition, the ASEC framework, focusing on achieving net zero emissions through various pathways, provides a particularly effective platform for private sector collaboration. Today's gathering presents a unique opportunity to build upon the past successes, explore new areas of collaboration, and collectively chart a course towards a more secure, sustainable, and prosperous energy future for all. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all those who contributed to organize today's gathering. I also wish each and every one of you continued health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. ありがとうございました。
Thank you, His Excellency, for gracing us with your opening remarks. Next, on behalf of His Excellency Minister Bahlil Lahadalia, please allow me to invite to the stage the Director General of Oil and Gas MEMR, Mr. Laude Sulaiman.
Honored guest, His Excellency Bapak Edi Suparno, Deputy Chairman of Republic Indonesia People's Consultative Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President of ERIA, His Excellency Mr. Kazuo Sujo, Deputy Head of the Mission of Japan to ASEAN, His Excellency Bapak Joko Siswanto, Head of SKK Migas, Honorable Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, Director for International Strategy of Energy Resources, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan, Honorable Dr. Koji Yamamoto, Senior Vice President, Energy Business Unit, Japan Organization for Metals and Energy Security, JOGMEC, Japan, Honorable Professor Sanggono Adisasmito, Executive Director, Indonesia Center for Excellence for CCS, CCUS, esteemed experts, industry leaders, members of academia, and all distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, best wishes for all of us. It's a privilege for me to represent the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources at this important forum. On behalf of the Minister, allow me to express our deep appreciation to Asia CCUS Network Forum 2025 and all stakeholders for their continuous effort in advancing Indonesia energy sector and supporting our energy transition agenda. Events like this are not only platform for dialogue, but also a foundation for collaboration in advancing Indonesia energy future. This aligns directly with the government's Astacita vision, which places strong emphasis on energy security and industrial downstreaming as key pillars of national development. Honored beloved guests, our country is endowed with the biggest carbon storage potential in Southeast Asia, around 577 gigatons. Previously, the Minister of ASDM, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, emphasizes that Indonesia possesses one of the largest CCS reserves in the Asia Pacific, describing it as new teaser for the nation energy sector. Bapak Bahlil also expressed the government's readiness to provide incentive and early mover advantages for investors who take the initiative in developing this potential in Indonesia. In some occasion, Bapak Presiden Prabowo also expressed his happiness and gratitude upon receiving this report. He warmly welcomed the participation of private sector players in advancing CCS potential, stating that he welcomed the commitment of Indonesia oil and gas industry to support the energy transition, including CCS and other innovations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the same time, Indonesia has developed a comprehensive CCS CCUS regulatory framework. We have Presidential Regulation number 14/2024, which regulated CCS business scans options for investor to develop CCS, whether in oil and gas block or as CCS standalone license project. The mechanism to develop CCS in oil and gas PSC is specially regulated through Ministerial Regulation number 2, year 2023, which recognizing CCS costs as petroleum operating costs and guiding implementation in oil and gas upstream. In other hand, carbon storage license area is regulated through Ministerial Regulation number 16/2024, covering exploration license, tender mechanism, operation license, and other. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government is actively supporting the development of 19 ongoing CCS CCUS projects through preparation of a domestic regulatory framework and international cooperation to build a strong CCS ecosystem in Indonesia. Among these 19 CCS CCUS projects currently under development, the ASRI CCS project between Pertamina and Exxon is the most advanced one, with an estimated total storage capacity of 2.9 gigaton. This project is designed to serve both domestic and international carbon storage needs. This project will also come in a package with petrochemical factory investment with value estimation more than $10 billion. In line with the Presidential Regulation 14, year 2024, 70% of the capacity will be reserved for domestic emitters, ensuring national priorities are met, while the remaining 30% may be utilized for the cross-border carbon storage. This arrangement will enhance the project's economic viability and at the same time help subsidize domestic emitters, making CCS implementation more affordable and sustainable within Indonesia. The development of CCS CCUS offers three major benefits, which is not only reducing emission in hard-to-abate sector, but also driving investment, economic growth, and also creating jobs and competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the Asia CCUS Network Forum 2025, to our industry partners, to research institutions, and to our international collaborators for the strong commitment on and continuous support. Your dedication and innovation are the driving force behind Indonesia's progress toward a sustainable energy future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sulaiman. Now please allow me to invite to the stage. He is the Deputy Chairman of the People's Consultative Assembly, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Edi Suparno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, kita semua, salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semua. A very good morning to all the participants. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Tetsuya Watanabe, President of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA. His Excellency Kazuo Chujo, Minister, Deputy Head of the Mission of Japan to ASEAN. Bapak Laude Sulaiman, the Director General of Oil and Gas of the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, Republic of Indonesia. Pak Joko Siswanto, the Head of SKK Migas. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me just to give some context in our discussion and your meetings for today. Indonesia is a country that is blessed with abundance of both fossil and renewable energy resources. At today's rate, we still produce a significant amount of fossil-related energy from the oil and gas sector, from a mining sector, coal, for instance, which gives us a significant amount of energy from the fossil, both from oil and gas as well as mining. Just to give you some ideas, at today's rate of a production of 900 million tons of coal mining, we can continue mining coal for the next 200 years and still would have reserves left for another 100 years. On the oil and gas side, we are exploring a significant amount of gas activities in the North Andaman area and other deep water activities all over Indonesia. And this is something significant for us going forward as we require our gas reserves and gas resources to fire up all the existing power plants, which we are currently converting to cogeneration from fossil, from coal to gas. But on the other hand, we also have a significant amount of renewable energy sources, 3,600 gigawatts of potential renewable energy in the form of solar, in the form of wind, geothermal, water, and to a certain extent and to a certain degree, nuclear, which we're going to develop over the next 10 years. So we have fossil and we have renewable energy in abundance all over Indonesia. But today, the needs for energy in Indonesia is still being imported. So despite all of these abundance, we still import our energy needs. We import 1 million barrels of oil per day. We import LPG, which is used for the general public for cooking. We still import diesel. We import kerosene. So as such, it is very essential for us in the interest of maintaining our energy sustainability to increase production in various sectors, to increase the production on the oil and gas side and increase production on renewable energy, which we're currently working on. We are currently embarking on a 10-year plan to develop up to 69.5 gigawatts of new energy capacity, of which 52 gigawatts will consist of 100% renewable energy. But on the other hand, we would also require investments, significant investments on the oil and gas side to increase the capacity of our oil and gas production going forward. We are currently revamping a number of our refineries all over Indonesia, and this would require, obviously, feedstock. And this feedstock will come from internal and domestic sources. So this is very important to us. Hence, CCS will become an important factor for us to increase the capacity of our oil and gas production. We've already seen For instance, in the Abadi Masela area with development, which currently is working on increasing capacity, increasing production with CCUS. And mind you, CCUS will become a license to invest from overseas investors to Indonesia, because our investors coming into Indonesia would require adherence to sustainability issues, adherence to renewable energy issues, adherence to net zero emission targets. And Indonesia, with its ambition to grow its economy up to 8% per annum, would continue to reserve its commitments to decarbonize its economy. So CCUS will become highly important for Indonesia. CCUS, especially on the CCS side, would be focused on cross-border CCS in view of the economics for domestic users of CCS at this current stage. And our office has somewhat facilitated discussions, accelerated discussions in the signing of CCS cross-border agreements between Indonesia and Singapore. We will continue doing so in terms of discussions with other countries such as South Korea at this point. And this is something we would like to achieve. In a country like Indonesia, where the economic growth is dependent on consumer spending, exports, and investments in CCUS will become detrimental to Indonesia's growth going forward. On the legislation side, which I think is very important to highlight here, we're currently working on finalizing the Renewable Energy Bill, which will be followed immediately by the revision of the Oil and Gas Bill. So this is an important development, and this is something that I believe some of you are looking forward to. I hope within the next 6 to 8 months we will have a significant development on the revision of the Oil and Gas Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, my office remains open for discussions on various sectors, and we have had a range of discussions with people from various walks of life, institutions from various walks of life, and our mission is to make ease of business a key message, a key objective of the Office of the People's Consultative Assembly. So as such, it is my commitment that CCUS, renewable energy and sustainable energy for Indonesia will remain a key theme of our office. Hence, we remain open to any discussions that you may have. Obviously, you have the Minister of Energy, which is a key partner in the development of oil and gas. But it's also on the legislation side, on the parliament side, that we remain very open on any discussions, on any feedback that we may have, especially in enhancing the legislation that we are going to achieve, hopefully over the next 6 to 8 months, in the legislation of the oil and gas law. Again, thank you, ERIA, for inviting me. I hope this will become a fruitful discussion, and the output of today's discussion will be beneficial for the development of CCS for Indonesia in the future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. May I invite His Excellency to stay on stage for the photo session? May I invite His Excellency to stay on stage for the photo session? For the first round, may I also invite President Tetsuya Watanabe, His Excellency Kazuo Chujo, and Mr. Laude Sulaiman for the first photo session. Thank you, gentlemen. Big smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. 1, 2, 3. May I also invite to the stage Dr. Joko Siswanto, Professor Sanggono Adisasmito, and Dr. Koji Yamamoto to join the photo session. Big smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Is it okay? Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for being here with us today. We are grateful for your presence today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a lineup of very interesting leaders and speakers with us. Now let us continue to hear our remarks from the Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Please head to the stage to see His Excellency Yoji Muto.
アジア CCUS ネットワークフォーラムにご参加の皆様、こんにちは。経済産業大臣の武藤洋二です。はじめに本日、共催にご協力いただいたインドネシア政府、関係機関及び東アジア ASEAN 経済研究センターエリアの皆様、対面及びオンラインでご参加いただいている皆様、メッセージをお寄せいただいた閣僚の皆様、本フォーラムの開催にご尽力いただいたすべての皆様に心より御礼を申し上げます。世界共通の目標であるネットゼロの実現に向けて、我が国はエネルギー安定供給、経済成長、脱炭素の同時実現を目指す GX を進めています。本年2月には GX2040 ビジョンを策定しました。その中で鉄、化学など排出削減が困難な分野の競争力維持や発電部門の脱炭素化に資する CCUS を GX の実現に不可欠な技術として位置づけています。また我が国では2030年代初頭の CCS の事業化に向けて事業環境整備や技術開発に取り組んでいます。昨年5月には貯留事業の許可制度などを定めた CCS 事業法が成立しました。今年2月には CCS 事業法に基づき北海道苫小牧市沖の一部区域を特定区域に指定しました。苫小牧は2019年までに約30万トンの CO2 圧入を達成した日本初の CCS 大規模実証試験が実施された地域であり、今後の CCS 事業開始に向けた検討も進んでいます。成長著しいアジア地域でも今後のエネルギー需要の増加が見込まれる中で CCUS のさらなる活用が期待されます。CCUS 事業の推進にあたっては国や地域レベルでの法整備だけではなく多国間での CO2 輸送を実現するためのルール整備や経済性の向上のほか技術的な課題の解決が必要です。こうした背景から2021年に我が国はエリアの協力のもとアジア CCUS ネットワークを立ち上げました。フォーラムの立ち上げ以降、共催のインドネシアをはじめ複数の国で CCUS に関する制度整備やプロジェクトの検討が進展していることを大変喜ばしく思います。昨年、私も会合に参加させていただいたアジアゼロエミッション共同体 ASEC と今後も連携しつつ、地域内の CCUS の普及に向け、関係国、企業と 知見の共有や事業環境の整備に取り組んでいきます。我が国もこれまでの経験や技術開発、実証の成果をアジアの皆様と共有することで、アジア地域の CCUS の発展という共通のビジョンに大きく貢献していきます。本フォーラムにおいて活発な議論がなされ、その成果がアジアの CCUS 推進に寄与することを期待し、挨拶に返させていただきます。
Thank you, Minister Yojimuto, for sharing your remarks with us. Now, please direct your attention to the screen as we hear from Minister of Industry and Commerce of Laos PDR, His Excellency Minister Malaitong Komasit.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to address in this distinguished gathering at the 5th Asia Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage Network Forums, a critical platform for advancing our shared visions of sustainable energy transitions. On behalf of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of the Laos PDR, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Economic Research Institutes for ASEAN and East Asia, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, and the Indonesia Center for Excellence for CCS and CCUS for their kind invitation and the opportunity for me to deliver this remark to this forum. Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to brief you on the policy framework for CCUS and decarbonizations of the Lao government recently. As we committed to balancing economic growth with environmental stewardship, the Lao PDR has integrated CCUS into its key policy framework. Firstly, the Lao PDR established the National Green Growth Strategy for 2021 to 2030. This strategy aligns with ASEAN low-carbon visions and identifies CCUS as a priority for reducing industrial emissions, particularly in energy-intensive sectors. It also supports cross-border collaboration on clean energy technologies, including CCS. Secondly, the law on environmental protections was amended in 2023 to provide a legal basis for CO2 storage and monitoring, ensuring alignment with international best practices. The amendments also aim to encourage public-private partnerships for CCUS projects, which also reflect the emphasis of the Asia CCUS Network on private sector engagement. And thirdly, the Lao PDR also established the Power Development Strategy for 2021 to 2030. This strategy targets clean energy power generation, renewable energies, including incentives for industry adopting CCUS. It also promotes technology transfer through agreement with Asia CCUS Network members such as Japan and Australia. To operationalize these policies and to promote the objectives of the Asia CCUS Network, allow me to also propose the following initiatives for your considerations. On the pilot project, we are grateful to collaborate with the Asia CCUS Network members to assess CO2 storage potential in the Mekong Basin's geological formations, leveraging the ERIA feasibility study. On the regulatory harmonization, We are delighted to work with ASEAN neighbors to streamline cross-border CO2 transportation framework, addressing legal gaps. On capacity building, we will collaborate with ERIA, other research centers or organizations to train and enhance capacities of the Lao technicals or CCUS related personnel. And we wish to propose the discussion to include the following. First, the governments among the ASEAN CCUS Network countries to discuss, identify, and fast-track bilateral agreements on potential cross-border CCUS framework. Second, the financial institutes to explore blended financial models for CCUS, in particular the cross-border projects. And third, the regional leading industry to invest in the Lao PDR emerging CCUS ecosystem, benefiting from our investment incentives under the Investment Promotion Law. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let us transform today's dialogue into actionable partnership for a resilient, inclusive, and carbon-neutral ASEAN and East Asia. I wish the forum continued success and fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for gracing us with your words. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to hear keynote speeches from our experts today. Please allow me to invite to the stage, he is the head of SKK Migas, Dr. Joko Siswanto.
Excellencies, Bapak Laude Sulaiman, Director General of Oil and Gas, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republik Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Edi Suparno, Deputy Chairman of the People's Consultative Assembly of the Republic of Indonesia, and also as a Member of Parliament. Thank you. His Excellency Mr. Kazuo Chujo, Minister and Deputy Head of the Mission of Japan to ASEAN. His Excellency Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President of the Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi. A very good morning to all of you. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, we begin with praise to Almighty God who has given us health and the opportunity to gather at the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. I would like to congratulate and extend my appreciation to the host for organizing this important event. CCUS is still a bit new for us in terms of its technology, legal framework, and business model. Therefore, this event plays an important role. It provides a forum where we can share knowledge and experience. Ladies, guests, and gentlemen, oil and gas play an important role in Indonesia's energy supply, which according to the national energy mix, by the year 2035, oil and gas will contribute about 45% of the total energy mix, and the peak of the emission in 2030 based on study of the National Energy Agency then. And after 2035, this contribution is estimated to be only slightly lower at 44%, Therefore, we continue to see oil and gas as a major energy source to support Indonesia economic growth. SKK Migas and PSG contractors are working with great effort to increase national oil and gas lifting, especially crude oil production. This challenge is very important for Indonesia because today we still rely on import of crude oil around 50%, gasoline around 50%, and LPG almost 80%. At the same time, energy self-sufficiency has been set as one of the key points in the Asta-Cita vision of President Prabowo Subianto. Alhamdulillah, we are thankful that starting from July this year, production of oil has shown a steady increase, which is the result of strong cooperation and initiative we have carried out together. These initiatives include applying advanced methods such as multi-stage fracturing drilling, EOR, and also drilling workover well surface, especially we include LPG now become a part of petroleum liquid. And also we simplify permit and regulation. And then we reactivating old wells. We have thousands of the idle wells identified as still having potential. At the same time, exploration is being expanded in eastern Indonesia, an area with large uptake reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is also taking a community-based approach. A clear step in this direction is the issuance of the Ministerial Regulation Number 14/2025 on the 3rd of June this year to provide a strong legal foundation and a more progressive framework to encourage cooperation between PSG contractors and local partners to optimize part of the working area that have not yet been fully developed in order to help achieve the national oil and gas lifting target. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite our strong effort to increase production, we remain committed to Indonesia's target of achieving net zero emission by the year 2060. To support this goal, the upstream oil and gas industry has started several low-carbon initiatives. Thousands of solar PV already installed, such as in Rokan Block and also Medco Corridor. Not only those, but also we put together with the wind power. And also we including energy management, reducing routine flaring. The target is we would like to zero flare gas. And also we inject gas and the use of CCS, CCUS technology, which are at the center of our discussion today. On the natural side, the industry is also working to plant about 400,000 trees every year through community development program. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to turn to CCS, CCUS, which we see as a key solution for the oil and gas industry to cut emission and move closer to net zero emission. Indonesia is evaluated as having the largest carbon storage potential in Southeast Asia, according to a study by Migas in 2024. This potential is estimated at 573 gigatons in deep saline aquifer and around 5 gigatons in depleted oil and gas fields. To support this potential, the government has issued comprehensive CCS and CCUS regulation, providing a clear legal foundation for development. In addition, Indonesia signed a letter of intent with Singapore in February 2024 to collaborate on cross-border carbon capture and storage, marking an important step in regional cooperation. For the purpose now, Medco still under study to look potential stored in Natuna area. The upstream oil and gas industry has become the pioneer in applying CCS and CCUS in Indonesia. This marked by the Tangguh Ubadari CCS project, the most advanced large-scale CCUS initiative in these countries. The cost around $8.1 billion now under construction, which has the potential to become Indonesia's first CCS hub. It offers an estimated storage capacity of about 1.8 gigatons of CO2, with the first phase targeting the injection of around 15 million tons of CO2 from Tangguh LNG operation itself. In addition to Tangguh Ubadari, other CCS and CCUS pilot projects also have been done. Cooperation with Japanese institution in Gundi, Sukawati, and the result is positive. We increase oil by this technology. And also now we're starting FIT for Abadi Masela, including CCS, CCUS, and also Sakap Kemang project by Repsol and Medco. Together, these projects are expected to provide a total storage capacity of around more than 120 million tons of CO2, with operation scheduled to begin gradually between next year and so on, and continue until 2055. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, besides this abundant potential, Indonesia's strength in building the CCUS industry also lies in the availability of comprehensive regulation. We already have a strong legal framework, starting with Prudential Regulation number 14/2024, which provide the foundation for CCS and CCUS development. In the same time, we also already signed MOU between ExxonMobil and the Government of Republic Indonesia. We study in the West Java. This is supported by Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Regulation number 2/2023, which set the rules of implementing CCS and CCUS in upstream and oil and gas business activities. In addition, SKK Migas Working Procedure Guidelines number PTK number 070 of 2024 further details the procedures for applying CCS and CCUS in working area of cooperation contractor. The SKK Migas PTK provides clear guidance for CCS and CCUS project in Indonesia upstream oil and gas sector. It serves as a guidelines for PSG contractors in planning, evaluation, execution, monitoring, and reporting, while also giving SKK Migas the authority to evaluate and oversee project with efficiency, safely, and accountability. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the potential, we have the necessary regulation, and some projects are already have been developed. However, this is still a new journey, not only for Indonesia, but for all of us. For that reason, I look forward to this discussion bringing more insight, ideas, and collaboration that will guide us forward and help us shape a strong CCS CCUS industry together. With that, allow me to once again thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention, and I wish you a productive and meaningful forum. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Joko Siswanto, for sharing your insights from SKK Migas. Next, we are going to hear from the Executive Director of Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS. Please welcome to the stage Professor Sanggono Adi Sasmito.
His Excellency Bapak Edi Suparno, Deputy Chairman of the People's Consultative Assembly Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Laude Suleiman, the Indonesian Director General of Oil and Gas, His Excellency Bapak Dr. Joko Siswanto, the head of the SKK Migas, His Excellency Tetsuya Watanabe, the President of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, the ERIA, His Excellency Kazuo Chucho, Minister, Deputy Head of the Mission of Japan to ASEAN, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the Indonesia Center of Excellence for CCS and CCUS, I would like to welcome all of the participants into this 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum held today in Jakarta. This event provides interactive communication through the knowledge sharing, exchange of experience, and joint research activities between participants for the cross-border CCS. CCS requires active participation and initiatives from the government agencies as the regulator and from the operators as the entities which will work on the real operation of the cross-border CCS. The initiatives involve steps for the carbon dioxide capture, transportation, injection, long-term storage, and monitoring of the stored CO2 in the destination reservoirs. Agreement between CO2 emitters with the targeted country is necessary to be prepared. It shall cover the transfer of responsibilities from the CO2 emitters to the receiving country that will face long-term risks of the stored CO2. Along with the transportation of CO2 from the source to the destination country, it is necessary to prepare the procedures if leakage occurs over the international waters and third-party countries. Once CO2 responsibility is transferred to regulators in the destination country, the storage country's regulator holds liability for leakage, including any corrective actions to manage storage safely. Depending on the commercial agreements between the parties, the capture operator may assume liability during the transport, and in case of CO2 leakage, an escrow account shall be prepared to finance remedial actions related to the CO2 leakages. Post-injection measurement, reporting, and verification, or known as the MRV, shall be conducted to ensure CO2 remains contained and does not leak from the storage. Measurement is necessary to measure the quantity and flow of the CO2 at various stages of the project, from capture and transportation to injection. Reporting is necessary to report the data in a structured manner to follow the carbon market, carbon tax, and other financial measures. A third-party verification process is necessary to confirm the accuracy of measurement and reporting data and to ensure that CCS emission reduction claims are supported by the real evidence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are several agreements between parties that shall be prepared in order to accommodate cross-border CCS, such as 1. It is the agreement on the ownership of the emission reduction. 2. There is the agreement on carbon certification standards. Number 3, agreement on the carbon measurement, reporting, and verification methodology. Number 4, agreement on the mechanisms for reporting of the emissions to follow international standards and regulations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward on those important issues so that cross-border CCS becomes a reality in the Asian region. Thank you very much for your active participation in this network, and we wish you fruitful and mutual discussion for the cross-border CCS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Adi Sasmito, for sharing your expertise with us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, please direct your attention to the stage as we hear pre-recorded remarks from the Deputy Executive Director of International Energy Agency, Ms. Mary Bursch-Swartlik.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Dr. Birol, I would like to thank the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia and Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry for the invitation to speak with you today at the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage has an important role to play in supporting secure, affordable, and sustainable energy systems, as the International Energy Agency has underscored for many years. CCUS can help tackle emissions from coal and natural gas power plants and offers a low emissions pathway for industries such as cement, steel, and chemicals. Unfortunately, progress on CCUS deployment has been slow, with just over 50 million tons of CCUS capacity currently in operation. New projects continue to be announced, however. At the same time, there is now a greater emphasis by the industry to move existing projects ahead. In fact, if all projects currently under construction were to be completed, it would almost double today's existing capacity by 2030. In Southeast Asia, there is significant potential to capture and store CO2, especially during upstream oil and gas production, which generates around 4% of regional emissions. Around 2/3 of announced capture facilities in the region involve CO2 capture and natural gas processing. Indonesia reached a major milestone with the final investment decision just last November of the CCUS project at the Tangguh LNG facility, the first of its kind in the region. Depleted oil and gas reservoirs present opportunities to store the region's CO2. Storage hubs are already in development, which target the dedicated sequestration of both regional and external emissions through cross-border projects. Through capturing CO2 in one country and storing it in another, cross-border projects are emerging as a promising option in regions where storage resources may be located far from the emission sources. Governments in and around the region are already in the process of signing bilateral MOUs to explore opportunities to collaborate on such cross-border projects. It is at this time and in this context that this year's Asia CCUS Network Forum and its focus on cross-border projects is an important and very timely event. So thank you once again for the invitation to the IEA to speak with you today. I wish you very fruitful and successful discussions.
Thank you for the video, Ms. Warlick. Next, we are going to hear from the Global CCS Institute. He is the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Jared Daniels.
Hello, my name is Jared Daniels, and I am CEO of the Global CCS Institute. Thank you for inviting me to make short remarks to help support your important in-person discussions today and tomorrow. As you know, now is a pivotal time for CCUS deployment globally and for the Asia-Pacific region in specific. As you know well, many analyses show the absolutely critical role CCUS must play to decarbonize our society and help meet our climate targets while also supplying energy and energy services to our growing global population. While the essential role of CCUS to help decarbonize society is clear, the business case for CCUS deployment remains a challenge, given the capital-intensive nature of the technology and the simple fact that greenhouse gas emissions are not priced into most commodity and energy markets today. We have much work to do together and much to learn from each other to help speed the investability and commercial deployment of CCUS. Deployment of CCUS requires sufficiently durable and supportive policies and regulations, a clear government role. It requires leadership in industry and private sector investment if we are to achieve the level of deployment most models suggest is the appropriate role for CCUS alongside everything else we need to do at climate relative scale. The global CCUS community is making headway engaging the global financial community to better understand and appreciate the value proposition of CCUS projects. In this past year, we've seen a notable increase in insurance products available to support the CCUS value chain, and we're starting to see non-recourse project debt financing for CCUS projects in jurisdictions where durable policy and regulatory certainty are sufficient to enable investment. At the Institute, we are now tracking over 700 projects in various stages of development worldwide, with 70 projects in full operation and another 48 projects having made positive final investment decisions, or FIDs, that are now under construction. Together, these operating and under construction projects have a total nameplate capture capacity of over 100 million ton per annum, which is great to see, but it is still well short of the gigaton scale deployment that the climate models suggest is the appropriate role for CCUS to play. And as many of you know well, the map of positive CCUS investment activity is currently centered in only a few regions of the world, and we need truly global deployment if we are going to meet our global climate goals. We must learn from each other and help to build business models for CCS fit for purpose for deployment across key industries in Asia to help balance the growing energy needs, economic growth, and environmental goals in this fast-moving region. The Asia CCUS Network was established exactly for this purpose, and it's been nice to see the network's progress over the past several years to convene technology and policy experts like all of you to discuss and collaborate on the most pressing critical path issues and topics to discuss across our nations. Topics you will discuss here, such as cross-border CCUS and shipping of CO2, will be absolutely critical to the successful commercial deployment of CCUS in several regions of the world, including here in the Asia-Pacific. At the Global CCS Institute, our entire mission is to accelerate the commercial deployment of CCS, so we are 100% aligned and supportive of the Asia CCUS Network's efforts. We now have over 200 members, including governments, carbon-intensive industries, technology providers, banks, and shipping companies who are all collaborating to help progress CCS, learning from each other as we move forward together. As a global CCS community, we can find the most efficient and effective ways to work together to speed CCUS deployment in Asia, including through the Asia CCUS Network and broader initiatives such as the Global Carbon Management Challenge. So please lean into the discussions over the next 2 days as you discuss the key issues to help stand up CCUS projects in your countries and how we can all work together to speed our collective progress. I look forward to hearing a recap of the meeting's discussions from my good colleague Hiroshi Nambo, who will moderate the first session discussing the role of governments to enable cross-border CCUS. If the Institute can be of service and helpful to your efforts, please reach out to Nambo-san and let us know how we can help. Thank you again for your attention, and I wish you a very productive and successful forum.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels from Global CCS Institute. Now we are going to hear from the Senior Counselor, Chief Technology Officer from JOCMEC, Japan. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Koji Yamamoto.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Koji Yamamoto, and Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to appear here because it is my first appearance of this Asian CCUS Network Forum following Tokyo, Hiroshima, and Bangkok, and here Jakarta. And already the Minister Muto told about the importance of CCS in Japan and also the Asia-Pacific region. So I don't need to talk about it. I can talk about some progress of Japan and Asia region. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, Japanese CCS is from the planning stage to real implementation stage. Already 2 years ago, some new advanced CCS project started under the new law, CCS Business Act. And this year, 2025, we are making some progress. This project includes many variety of the characters. Storage site, some are domestic, some are overseas. And the transportation method is some are a pipeline, and some are the ship transportation. And all of those aspects are important for implementing CCS in Asian region and Japan. And some priority, not a priority, but some projects of domestic and pipeline transportation project was moving sooner. It doesn't mean it is a high priority, but it is, how to say, it is a low-hanging fruit, so it is moving faster. But other projects are, of course, important too. And for such a pipeline and domestic project, one example is Tomakomai. Already the Minister Muto told about it. Maybe the name of Tomakomai is familiar for CCS expert. Already some other leadership program was done there. And in Tomakomai area, under the new law, some CCS specified area was designated by the authority. There, the permission of exploratory drilling can possible. So we are really have a project in Tomakomai area. And JOGMEC is supporting those projects in a different aspect. Of course, financial support, technological support, and in the case of ship transportation. In the afternoon, maybe the transportation by ship will be discussed. And JOGMEC established as a kind of advisory panel to make a standard of ship transportation. And overseas project, CO2 transboundary transportation is quite important. And to make such, to allow it, each country, storage country needs some regulation to regulate CCS. So our team, JOGMEC team, is supporting such countries to make proper regulations. And also, the government make a dialogue and discussion about the ships transportation scheme. So our team, JOGMEC team, is working to support such systems. Next slide, please. And between Japan and Indonesia, we already make some progress and some real projects. Following the success of Jatibaran CCO2 and CCUS project, it was successfully done. The project moved to some larger scale, near commercial scale project in Squatty Field, East Java. And that area, in the case of Jatibaran, we tried a half and puff injection and production project. And in the case of Squatty, after the half and puff project, we moved to the interwell CO2 CO2 UR project. One well injection well, we inject the CO2, and another producer wells, we produce as a methane gas, natural gas. And that project was successfully done. 2,600 tons of CO2 was injected, and it improved the gas production, oil production. This was done in this Squatty field under the collaboration among the Prutamina Group and JAPEX, Japanese E&P company JAPEX, and Chogmec. And that result was recently publicized in the ASEAN CCUS conference that was held 2 weeks ago in Kuala Lumpur. And another progress we are making is Tanggu. Japanese consortium and operator BP made a decision to expand Tanggu LNG project. That project is quite important for Japan and Indonesia. And for this Tanggu LNG project, a new field, Ubadari gas field, will be developed. And also the CCUS is added to this project. So around 3 trillion cubic feet of gas will be produced from the field, and also CO2 is captured and that are stored. So it can contribute to the decarbonization of Indonesian LNG products. And also it is, of course, beneficial for Japan and Indonesia and other countries, LNG importing countries. And that project will lead other decarbonization effort of Indonesian LNG because Apadi Masera and other projects will follow, we believe. So such real effort making by our team, Jogmec team, and under the collaboration of Indonesian government and other ASEAN countries' government. And we believe that such real effort is necessary to stimulate the CCUS activities because still many people have some suspicion about the future of CCUS. But we can show some role model and actual success story of the project. So Jogmec team, our team are working with METI, and we continue the effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Koji Yamamoto, for sharing your project, your insights with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to hear a report of Asia CCUS Network activities, which will be presented by Dr. Gusti Sidemen. Bapak Gusti, silakan Pak.
Good morning. My name is Gusti Sidemen. I am supporting the Secretariat of Asia CCUS Network at area office in Jakarta. It is a great honor for me to report the ASEAN activities this morning. Let me start my report with the recall the establishment of the Asia CCUS Network, which was established in 2021 during the 14th of East Asia Summit Energy Ministerial Meeting. With that time hosted online. So, East Asia Energy Leaders, which consists of ASEAN, Australia, Japan, and US,
United States recognize the potential of CCUS technology as a means to mitigate climate change. The leaders also recognize that collaborative work to address technology, regulatory framework, and economy is need to overcome the existing barrier to the implementation of CCUS. The Asia CCUS Network was established as a platform to promote CCUS in support the goal of decarbonization, recovery, and economic growth through partnership to help implement knowledge and experience sharing and research activities in East Asia Summit region. ERIA is tasked to support the operationalization of the Asia CCUS Network Forum with guidance from the advisory group appointed by the energy leaders in the region. The Secretariat prepare a 3-year rolling plan of activities which embrace the basic principle of deploying knowledge-sharing technology, project, business model, investment, incentive option, policy, strategic, is among others. Research study for mapping the potential of CCUS, feasibility study, finance, and others. Capacity building and training session on technology, regulation, business model. The establishment of a one-stop knowledge center in form of Asia CCUS Network website to provide update information on CCUS development in terms of technology, business model, development and deployment of CCUS. Forming a partnership with the regional and international organization and initiative related to CCUS activities. The advisory group counsel the ASEAN Secretariat on voluntary basis on capacity building, recommendation for study, exchange visit to pilot project, and the formulation of the CCUS deployment strategy. Advisory group composition Asia 10 country, Australia, India, Japan, and US representative as a member. Expert at the request of the Secretariat from India, JOGMEC, and also Global CCS Institute. The role of the advisory group is to provide substantial report to the Secretariat, attend regular Secretariat meeting, assessment and approval of annual activity plan submitted by ASEAN Secretariat, and to support the preparation of the content of network annual forum, and then also share opinion and experience among the advisory group member for the development CCUS in others in their respective country. Current member of the ASEAN group is we can see in this screen. Since this year is we enter the 5 years of operationalization of Asia CCUS Network, I would like to report the activities of Asia CCUS Network within 5 years, with emphasis on current work program and future activities. The ASEAN activities consist of 4 of program. From 2021-2024, we ASEAN Secretariat successfully hosted the 4 Asia CCUS Network Forum, run 22 knowledge sharing conference, conducted 3 capacity building and training, and published 6 research report and 6 research report has been published. The research report can be seen here. It consists of study on potential promoting carbon dioxide and capture utilization in storage in CCUS in ASEAN country, estimating basin scale of CO2 storage in Indonesia, study of the potential for promotion of CCUS in ASEAN country, and the others, as we can see here, the decarbonisation of thermal power plant and the specific study of a CCS pilot project in Indonesia. Then for the knowledge sharing conference, from its establishment, the Asia CCUS Network have completed 22 knowledge sharing conference. The knowledge sharing crafted as a quick sharing to address emerging issue of CCUS in the region. The sharing delivered by resource person in the region or expert from worldwide in the field consider important for lesson learned. Sharing conducted online within duration of hour or 1 hour and a half. The complete title of the sharing, as we can see in this table, but I would like to note it that some knowledge sharing that receive special attention from public. One is the knowledge sharing is on public engagement strategy for public acceptance and socialization to operate a CCUS project. The second is accelerating cross-border CCUS in Asia Pacific, and the third one is what make a good regulation of CCUS. In addition to knowledge sharing, the Asia CCUS Network also hosted 5 days capacity building training on CO2 storage assessment in ASEAN region, co-organized with the United States Geological Survey in Jakarta in 2030, attended by 25 young geologists from Indonesia in person and others country online. Honorable advisory group members, distinguished participants, for the next few minutes, I would like to report the current and ongoing activities. The Asia CCUS Network will continuously hosted the knowledge sharing conference on various topics. For the rest of this year, expected knowledge sharing on safety aspect, MRP, monitoring, reporting, and verification of CO2 in CCS project, and the development of regulation in ASEAN expect could be delivered. On research activities, currently we conducting one research study on CCS in saline aquifer. The study of CCS in saline aquifer focus on assessing the potential and cost structure for carbon dioxide stored in deep saline aquifer in Indonesia, specifically targeting the East Java Basin, which the aim to accelerating carbon capture storage investment. The study conducted based on the continuation of the previous study on basin of CO2 storage estimation in Indonesia, which was selected based on the competitive selection mechanism. The study are conducted in collaboration with among the Migas, the Oil and Gas Testing Agency, the National Research Innovation Agency, SKK Migas, and also supported by Pertamina Hulu Energy. The 10th study currently we are conducting on carbon recycling was the ASEAN CCUS Network initiative to expand the understanding of carbon dioxide utilization to produce chemical product, synthetic fuel, structure material in Asia and East Asian region. The Asia CCUS Network invite academia, government institution to submit a proposal on various aspects of carbon dioxide utilization. Among 33 proposals was selected based on the scope of study and its relevance. The 9 research proposal accepted, and then 1 research institution, MERI, was invited to provide an overview. The 9th study team come with from various institutions in Vietnam, Indonesia, Korea, Saudi Arabia, and also United Kingdom and India. They both have completed the study and currently is under review for publication. I would like to emphasize that the role of Asia CCUS Network is to provide platform for collaboration and stimulate or trigger initial activities and then expanded by the stakeholder. From the recent study and as a counterpart of the study, we recognize that the providing opportunity of collaboration research activities will be useful in elevating awareness of potential CCU and CCUS. Then I will come to last part of the report, the future activity. With generous support from all members, Japan, ASEAN, Australian government, and associate member from academia, technology developers, investors, and civil society, the ASEAN will continuously keep its mission as a platform for collaboration among stakeholders, government, officer, industry, developer, academia, in supporting decarbonization process in Asia, especially exploring the potential of CCS and CCU, the carbon capture utilization implementation. For the 2026, the Secretariat has prepared a research study and knowledge sharing program, considering the development of carbon capture utilization to study on CCU carbon capture utilization are considered. First is the development of common methodology of life cycle assessment and technical economic assessment to assess the potential and cost of CCU with transparency in ASEAN region. The second proposal is analyze of CO2 reduction potential and economic feasibility of CCU in East Asian Summit country for decarbonization. In addition, we will consider we will consider also the output of recent today forum and advisory group member recommendation for our future activities. All ASEAN activities success is because of generous support from members, supporting member, and all stakeholders. Before I ended my report, on behalf of the ASEAN Secretariat, I would like to thank all government representatives in the advisory group for guidance and direction, and thanks for all associate members, the academia, research institution, industry who kindly support our activity by providing resource person, insight, consultation that make the Asia CCUS Network activity flourish. By saying that, I conclude my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Gusti, for briefing us about ASEAN activities, progress report, and also publications. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering the first session of the day. We will be discussing the policy considerations for cross-border CCS in Asia Pacific. Allow me to call to the stage 5 experts of the session. Mr. Hiroshi Nambo from GCCSI Japan, Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, Director for International Strategy on Energy Resources, METI Japan, Mr. Oh Kai-on, Director, Carbon Mitigation, Ministry of Trade and Industry of Singapore, Mr. Dwi Adi Nugroho, Deputy Director of MEMR Indonesia. Also joining us online, Ms. Kara Peach, the Director, Net Zero Industries Division, CCS section from Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. Ms. Kara Peach, are you here with us online? Please give our expert a round of applause.
Kara-san. Hello. It's Kara. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, everybody. I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. All right. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Distinguished panelists, colleagues, and friends. Welcome to session 1, the policy consideration on cross-border CCS in Asia-Pacific regions. My name is Hiroshi Nambo from Global CCS Institute. As our CEO Jared Daniel told in a video, Global CCS Institute closely worked together with Asia CCUS Network. It is my great honor to be a panel moderator in this important meeting this morning. Okay. Let me introduce this session. This session provides an opportunity to share the latest update on the government consideration for cross-border CCS and to discuss what is essential for its realization, public support mechanism, bilateral and multilateral arrangement, and legal and regulatory framework, and a strategy for cost reduction. Our aim today is not only to exchange update, but also to recognize the challenges faced by both emitting and storing countries, and to explore what kind of cooperation among partners is most needed. In the end, we hope to show how government in the Asia Pacific can work together using flexible and effective approaches to speed up a real project. So, I'm very pleased to introduce our distinguished panelist, Mr. Hiroshi Hasegawa, Director for International Strategy on Energy Resources, METI, Japan, and Mr. Oh Kai-on, Director, Carbon Mitigation, Ministry of Trade and Industry of Singapore. Mr. Dwi Adi Nugroho, Deputy Director, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Indonesia. And Ms. Kara Peach, Director, Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, Australian Government. Thank you for joining us. Okay, I would like to invite each panelist to deliver opening remarks focusing on 3 points: your government's latest CCS policy update and specific consideration or challenges regarding cross-border CCS, and institutional or support measures you see as necessary to attract investment and enable project. May I first invite Mr. Hasegawa-san from Japanese government, followed by the... Oh, okay, sorry. You can do that? So, Hasegawa-san, maybe, please, and then followed by, excuse me, sorry. And order. There's some Indonesia, Australia, Singapore. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. My name is Hiroshi Hasegawa, and I'm from METI. And maybe can you see the slide? From our side, I can see the slide, but on the okay, coming. Yes. So I will share the brief update of the Japanese policy. And yes, left upside, as you can see, we are committing to the 2050 carbon neutral. And recently, we published the new energy basic plan, which is the highest energy document in our cabinet. And we will commit 2040 73% reduction compared to the 2013, which was the recent highest CO2 emission. And this is kind of like straight on the straight line from the 2013 to 2050 carbon neutral. And in this context, CCS is critically important. And yes, when we published the last one, like previous one, not this one, but the previous like 6 energy basic plan, I was really the key member to make it. And basically, the new one is the same as the last one in terms of the calculation towards the carbon neutral. And because Japan has not fossil fuels domestically, and we imported a lot, and we still think the carbon, even after 2050, we would use natural gas and oil. And in order to cancel out, we definitely need a CCS. And in that sense, even energy basic plan, the CCS has a very important role there. And the number is like 1.2 gigaton to 2.4 gigaton CCS per year after 2050. So we have several storage sites around us because Japan is surrounded by the sea. But considering that kind of the huge storage potential, we definitely has to consider the international CCS. And on that sense, we established the CCS Business Act. Sorry, this is not the 2050, 2025. Like this was 2024. So we already established the regulation. And now we are implementing the regulation one by one. For example, as our minister introduced, we designated a special zone. The first one is Tomakomai. And also, in order to export the CO2 to outside, then we need several law change domestically, and we are now doing that. And also, the left side, upside, we are also doing the technical challenges for the cross-border CCS. And in our case, yes, we understand that now middle pressure, middle temperature transportation technology is established. But considering that kind of huge amount of CCS, we definitely pursue the new technology as well. And also, maybe we will discuss later, but for our perspective, just how to say, the one-to-one CO2 supply chain would be a little bit risky. So we would like to pursue like multiple emission source and multiple storage source. So in that sense, like low pressure, low temperature CO2 transportation ship would be very good option. And now we are supporting for the R&D project. And finally, I'd like to introduce briefly our FS project. And as you can see, we are now doing the 9 project, and 4 out of 9 is an international project, and 3 of it is aiming to Malaysia, and the other one mentioned Oceania, which is including like Australia or Indonesia. Yes, so this is our update. And now, yes, we are not targeting the specific countries or specific region yet. So now we are expanding the option now. And yes, in that sense, today the meeting is very important. And we would like to exchange the opinions and informations and sharing the maybe hurdles or the worries, something. And yes, today we are the one team, and I'm happy to have here and hope to have a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasegawa-san. And let me thank you very much for providing such a, very productive, informative information. Thank you very much. And then next, maybe I would like to invite Kara Peach, Miss Kara-san. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Well, I think it might be good morning for you all there. It's good afternoon for me here in Canberra in Australia. I'd like to thank everybody there for inviting me and listening to me today. It's an honour to be present with you. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there with you all in person, but hopefully for next time. So by way of introduction, I'm Kara Peach. I'm the director of the Transboundary CCS team at the Department of Climate Change here in Australia. My team is responsible for Transboundary CCS policy and the development of bilateral instruments, which are a requirement under the London Protocol. By way of introduction in terms of how we got to the point we're at in terms of Transboundary CCS, our government published its Future Gas Strategy in May 2024. And this strategy, it recognised that reaching net zero will require a concerted collaboration and effort with technology, low emissions gases and natural gases, all having a key role to play in achieving those net zero goals. And the successful deployment of CCS will be key to ensuring energy security whilst decarbonising oil and gas operations. So due to our vast CCS storage potential, Australia has the ability to support our region to reduce emissions by providing different decarbonisation pathways, particularly for our key energy trading partners. And as a result, the government actually committed $32.6 million towards the Regional Cooperation Initiative on Carbon Sequestration. So this initiative, in very brief terms, is to enable transboundary CCS for our different countries. And through this initiative, we're going to be working collaboratively with regional and key trading partners to establish the required bilateral instruments and the regulatory permitting framework to allow for the import and export of CO2 between our two countries for offshore geological storage. Key driving principles which are supporting the initiative will seek to ensure that we are meeting our international obligations, and that includes under the London Protocol, that we protect the marine environment and preserve it, to ensure that our CCS projects are well regulated, that risks associated with offshore geological storage are well managed, and finally, that industry can make those important investment decisions. So by continuing to progress transboundary CCS, Australia aspires to not only become a regional leader in decarbonisation, but also a support for our regional partners in their transition to net zero. In terms of update, there's three main areas I think it's important just to provide a bit of a spotlight on, and which Australia's been focusing on over the past year or so. The first is a post-election update. So in May earlier this year, our federal election took place, and the Labor government, led by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, was re-elected, and the Honourable Christopher Bowen MP remains the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. So what that means for our work is that there is continuity. So it ensures that the work that we committed to prior to the election will continue over the forthcoming years. A second update is in November of last year, the Australian government accepted the 2009 amendment to the London Protocol, and it made a declaration of provisional application of this said amendment. This means that we're now able to develop a regulatory framework to facilitate transboundary CCS. And this is in addition to our existing robust framework that is already in place for our domestic offshore CCS projects. As a final update, we've also progressed development of our national action list, or at the NOW, as we call it in DQ. The NOW is the screening tool which assesses the suitability for the diffusion of CO2 and is a requirement again of our obligations under London Protocol. The NOW outlines acceptable contaminants within a CO2 stream, and it supports the assessment of potential effects on the marine environment and human health. So in February last year, to support the growing demand for offshore CCS, an interim NOW was published, as well as a domestic CCS permit application form. And then based on a number of different elements of feedback presented from industry and extensive literature review, a new revised final NOW has been developed, and this will replace the interim NOW. So whilst the offshore CCS NOW is domestically sourced CO2 streams, work is ongoing to determine its suitability. So at the moment, however, on the 1st of September, so anybody is interested.
Thank you. Thank you, Kara, for those variable perspective. Thank you very much. Okay, let me invite next panelist, Padui. Thank you. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, all the panelists here. Please to the next slide. So this, thank you for inviting us, especially for the ASEAN for hosting this event, so we can share the experience and research collaboration in regard for the developing the regulation framework, especially for us, for the government. And today we will have a forum that focusing on the cross-border CCS. So based on or under the presidential regulation number 14/24, we recognize that the transboundary CCS now allowing Indonesia to have transboundary with other country to have the cooperation. And based on these three articles, we have three principles here. That the first, that there should be a bilateral arrangement, agreement between countries. So I think this long period arrangement should be made and committed for both, because in terms of the scale and commerciality of the project. And the second one, the arrangement so takes into account about the international rules and some studies regarding to those already suggested to us to see the IPCC guideline, London Protocol, or maybe the Basel Convention. And the third, that because we recognize that the CO2 is considered as a hazardous substance and dangerous substance, so there is an existing regulation that regulates that the first of the CO2 imported to Indonesia must be registered on the system. Next, please. Further, to see the work of the transboundary CCS, I think I collect this picture from internet and gather together to see the schemes. So I would like to emphasize on each segment or the value chain here, like the source of CO2. This is important for us to see the specification. So it must be agreed in terms of the safety and technical aspect. And also to ensure the emitter's ID. This is because of the regulation suggests that when we have the collaboration or agreement with other country, we have to know who sent the CO2. And then for the CO2 transport, transportation permit should be issued by the agencies from both countries. So I think this permit will ensure the technical aspect and also the legalization of the aspect. And the liability is also important. So if there is any leakage that we would not like to happen, maybe it should be taken into account also. So every parties can see or mitigate the risk. And the Hanover point, this is the important one. Verifications will be made in the exchange of the CO2. And there also should be like agreement on the reporting, because this is the collaborative action, not only from the exporting country, but also from host country. So the arrangements will be made so the reporting must be smooth, aligned with the international legislation. At the injection site, of course, safety. This is the first thing that we have to consider, because this is the assurance for the public acceptance. So I think engagement with the community and social and local people is always the first priority for that. Next, please. Okay, but I think this is the conclusion. How we see this transboundary CCS business as a usual or unusual business. If we see as a usual business like what we have right now when we export CO2 for goods, then we will have a simple regulation, not a complex regulation. And then the second will be public acceptance. This is important. And also we have to consider that to be viable in terms of projects. So both countries should have a long-term commitment to this. And also liabilities. Then the reporting alignment between two countries and also align with the international regulation. And this cooperation also must bring mutual benefit to each other. So I think cross-border action is not only action in cross-border, but it should be seen as the borderless action, because it is collaborative effort to mitigate the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Padwe, for excellent presentation. Thank you very much. So may I invite Mr. Kai from Singapore?
Good morning. Good morning, fellow participants to this conference, and good morning to my fellow panelists. I think there are some familiar faces here today. I'd like to thank ERIA as well as ASEAN and the Japanese government for giving us this opportunity to be here up on stage. I was told by the organizers to squeeze everything into one slide, so this is my one slide, and I hope to get it done in as timely as my two panelists. For those who are less familiar with what Singapore is doing, we intend to roll out CCS at a scale of 2 million tons per annum, hopefully by 2030, where we are very committed to seeing CCS as a credible decarbonization pathway to meet our NDC. Of course, over time, we hope that as CCS scales in this region, we can apply CCS more broadly, and it would become a significant decarbonization pathway for Singapore to reach net zero. I think our predicament is quite similar to Japan. We see ourselves having a very diversified fossil and non-fossil energy mix in the future, all the way to 2050 and beyond. And that would definitely include natural gas. And when you are using natural gas, then you are left with having to use, I think, end-of-pipe solutions like CCS to capture and permanently store CO2. We also see CCS as a very important decarbonization pathway, not just for Singapore, but for many economies in this region, where there are actually many hard-to-abate sectors like chemicals, steel, cement. I think we are very lucky to be here in Asia, where there's still a lot of opportunity for growth and development, and this will need, fortunately or unfortunately, many materials that are from hard-to-abate sectors. And I think CCS can help us achieve economic growth for all countries here, while meeting our net zero or green economy commitments. The rest of my slides is really around what we think is important for us to have a successful CCS. For Singapore, we are not blessed like Japan or Indonesia with domestic storage. We have to partner, collaborate with storage countries in the region. And you will see the words partnership, collaboration, cooperation peppered throughout this slide. And Singapore lives it every day. We are very mindful that we cannot achieve CCS without partnership. And the partnerships are on several dimensions. The first one is private and public sector partnership. While it is going to be very important for Singapore to partner with storage countries and governments, it is also equally important that we enter into close partnership, collaborative partnership with the private sector, because they have the technical expertise to help us enable CCS as a decarbonization pathway. I think in one of the previous presentation, someone brought up, I think you brought up liability and risk. And that is something that I think between private and public parties, that has to be discussed openly and in the spirit of close partnership. That is something along every part of the CCS value chain, whether you are in conversation with a private investor as a government, on the storage, on the shipping or transport, or at the emitter side. The next partnership is what I alluded to, which is government to government. I really like the slide by Park Dwi when they said that, I think you said it is cross-border, but borderless. Indeed, as the earlier speaker, Ms. Kara also mentioned, a lot of the G2G collaboration is really meant to formalize the proper accounting of the CO2 that is being transferred from emitter country to storage country, so that both emitter and storage countries can responsibly account for it and report it to UNFCCC. And I think in large part, the G2G agreements are very important to demonstrate the sanctity of that transfer of molecules. And I think that's what governments are hard at work today to do bilaterally. And I believe for countries that are also London Protocol parties, there is also a need to address our obligations to London Protocol through those G2G arrangements. But that's very bilateral. And I think what we have also realized as Singapore, as we do this work, is that the work is borderless because CCS is so new, both in terms of not technology, but as a as a business, as a regional cooperation is very new. I think while we spend a lot of time in bilateral conversations, it is really conferences like this and multilateral platforms that we can come together as both private and government to see how we can collaborate borderlessly. And that takes me to my third point, which is collaborating to scale. 2 million tons per annum is small in the grand scheme of things, especially when countries like Indonesia have gigatons of reserves. And to scale CCS to any meaningful size so that everyone in this room can meet our net zero targets, there is a need to align on standards. There's a need to align on MRV. There's a need to align on how pieces of infrastructure, like the ship to the terminal, need to interface. And that would really take borderless collaboration. So CCS is no longer point-to-point, but hopefully in the future, many-to-many, just like how we see it has evolved in the LNG market. Then it becomes a much more scalable, economically scalable solution for everybody. I think finally, and I know I'm way past the 5 minutes, the collaboration is real. I fully agree with Pak Dwi that emitter and storage countries must find win-win in CCS. Yes, it is in many cases willing buyer, willing seller arrangement. But more importantly, Singapore at least sees our role in catalyzing CCS, not just for ourselves, but also in the storage country, because we are pretty sure the storage country also has hard-to-abate sectors, and they will benefit greatly, whether it is now or in the near future, that they have CCS in their backyard, and they can also very quickly decarbonize through CCS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kai. Yes, thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for your perspective is very important from your government. And your insight clearly highlight both the progress being made already, but, and the challenge we need to overcome, work together, I think. So now to further deepen our discussion, I would like to raise I'd like to move discussion or dialogue portion. So I really want to, raise this question to all of you that what kind of cooperation or support, maybe you mentioned already in your presentation, but again, what kind of cooperation or support would you expect from your partner country to address these challenges? Anyone? Or Kara?
Thank you. I'm happy to
please
take the microphone if that's helpful.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, please.
Okay, terrific. So I spoke earlier at the fact we are... You good? You can hear me? Yep. I spoke earlier about the fact that Australia is moving forward with establishing transboundary CCS with a number of our partner countries, and we're actively working together to implement relevant bilateral instruments in the frameworks to make this happen. And we've heard this morning already about some of the challenges that we're facing, and we can almost flip that. So it's not just a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. So we heard Kai talk about that regional cooperation in this field is new and it's novel, and that's absolutely spot on. Transboundary CCS is a new and it's a complex field, and it's certainly a first for the Asia Pacific region. And its complexity is primarily due to the intricate regulatory landscape involved in transporting CO2 across those international borders. And so we're having to work together in a very collaborative way to try and understand how that could and it should work as we move forward. So there's a number of different elements which you'll need to be considering. And this has already been highlighted in today's discussions. Areas such as emissions accounting, risk and liabilities, the measurement, monitoring, reporting and verification. So there are some key aspects which we need to work through. And Australia also faces the challenge of meeting our own domestic policies and legislation whilst ensuring that we meet our obligations as a contracting party to the London Protocol. So it's really important that we leverage off our long-standing and close bilateral relations with our partner countries so that we can meet our shared policy and regulatory challenges together. And we're really committed to fostering those strong connections that we've already forged with our partner countries in terms of establishing safe and sound policy and regulatory frameworks as we move forward to both create a transboundary CCS industry and achieve our decarbonisation goals. And part of that is to ensure that our regulatory frameworks are fit for purpose. So I spoke earlier about the fact that we do have a very robust existing domestic CCS framework already in place. However, it's something from a government perspective when we're looking at cooperation and support for industry that the Australian government is leading on in terms of making sure that what we are, the way that we regulate is effectively best practice. So one of our government departments, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, they're leading a review of the regulatory settings at the moment for offshore CCS projects, and that will ensure that the framework is fit for purpose and that it appropriately manages risks and aligns with the broader government policy objectives. And I spoke before that we're continuing to do work on the development of the NAL, the National Action List, and this work remains ongoing. And as we do that, we are very cognizant of the need for very close cooperation with industry. And this is essential to ensure that our regulations are clear, practical, effective and fit for purpose. And so we work closely not just with our project proponents, but we also work with other parties such as emitters and hard to abate industries. And as Kai recognised, transboundary CCS, it does pose a solution for our domestic hard to abate sectors as well by allowing those offshore projects to be developed and to developed at scale. So the final challenge, which I think we are facing as a universal global entity, is social license and public perceptions of CCS. So as we move forward in terms of establishing that CCS as an industry, we're very cognizant again of the impact that the success and the acceptance of that industry will be. So we know that CCS has a very strong technical track record. However, public perception is often shaped by high-profile challenges and misconceptions about the technology, including assumptions the technology is unproven or prohibitively expensive. So through the effective, safe and environmentally responsible regulation, including those really robust consultation processes, this is what is going to be essential for building social acceptance for CCS and addressing some of the concerns of community and special interest groups. So the Australian government is currently implementing recommendations from something called the Dyer Review, which occurred in February 2024. And this review was an independent review which focused on improving community engagement on renewable energy infrastructure developments. This review highlighted that social license is built through transparent engagement, community benefit sharing, and strong regulatory oversight. So TAKE can be implemented for transboundary CCS and CCS offshore more broadly. So there's a key role there for industry in promoting the benefit balances so we can actually demonstrate that CCS is effective, safe and sustainable, and that there are economic benefits through job creation, particularly in regional areas and for the hard to abate sectors. So in summary, many nations across the Asia Pacific region are expected to remain reliant on oil and gas in the near term. And CCS offers that pathway to reduce those emissions whilst enabling a gradual transition to renewables. And public perception across the region must evolve to recognise that CCS as a key abatement technology is something that is needed to complement those broader decarbonisation efforts.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like some add your comment or any? Yeah, maybe one by one would be okay. Yes. Right.
All right. I'm 100% agree with Kara. We met Kara in KCCUS forum, I think, in Korea. Hi, Kara. Yes. Talking about the expectation each other, because this is the cross-border transportation, cross-border business. So I think we start with to recognize each other that we have a different system in terms of legislation and then permitting process, kind of that. So I think to have this, so we must agree with Pak Kayon that we have to have an open and transparent discussion to those. So our interest, if there is something that must be put on the table and see together. So which one is your interest, and we have to make a measurement on that and comply with come back to see in our system, is it comply or not, and then we go back again to the table and have discussion a lot. Because that like I said before, that this cross-border transportation or the CCS business is a long-term project in terms of scale and also the period. So we need a long or trust commitment for the long time of period. So I think the strong leadership with the same perspective among the leaders for both countries is very needed for this. And then we can put all those things together in this arrangement or cooperation arrangement that we made. Thank you for Pak Sanggono that already give the insight of what kind of issue that should be addressed on this arrangement, like how we mitigate the risk each other, how each country know or mitigate their responsibility for the liability. And I think that should be assured by like the third-party verifier, because of the need to ensure that this operation is safety and accepted for the public. So I think the perspective of the same perspective from the both countries, the important thing to see in this kind of process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, well, the mic will move down the line. Yeah. I think I'll add to the discussion by maybe offering the 2 points. One is when all parties come to the table, as Pak Dwi mentioned, it's we have to resist the temptation to look through one particular lens. And to your one question about what would be great to see CCS flourish in our region, one hope that I wish we had here was what the EU has back in Europe, which is the Industrial Net Zero Act, where there is actually alignment of purpose and objective across their private sector, because they need to get to net zero, as well as multiple governments within the EU. And that is their North Star, their guiding principle, because that allows every party in that discussion to think beyond say, the role of an emitter or the role of a storage country. So that would be, something that I thought if we had it, that would be great. Because we come to the table with different objectives and purpose. Some of us come to decarbonize certain sectors so that they can continue to be very productive economic activities in our country. Some come because they want to take advantage of the blessings that they have because they have certain geographical stores, and others are here to meet their international NDC obligations. And I think when every party can acknowledge the multiple objectives at the table and see that they are they can come together to be one big objective, like the Industrial Net Zero Act, I think that's when collaboration and partnership can really take off. I think I'll stop there first, and then I'll let the next panelist.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your insights. And first, I really agree with Oh-san about sharing. We should have a shared common goal. And at the same time, I'd like to emphasize that our approach, like Asian approach, is like step by step and the various pathways. Because the energy environment or the situation is so different across the countries. So yes, setting the goal, but we should appreciate the step-by-step approach and very flexible approach. So in that sense, I would like to emphasize that we can share several like policy, I'd say, components we should have, but that should be very flexible. And because CCS is very new, so we appreciate every effort, and we would like to realize the concrete project so that we can show, okay, this is workable, or how we can proceed. Otherwise, this is just a discussion on the table. So what we would like to ask our various colleagues that let's be flexible so that we can realize the project. So this is one. And also, I really agree with Indonesian colleagues, Dwi-san, and because we should share every point. And my another point is that yes, first, from a Japanese government perspective, the CCS should be supported by Japanese or the other government incentive programs because this is really new, and without that, this is very difficult for establishing those kind of business purely by business sectors. So we will do that, but we cannot do permanently. Maybe first several years, maybe decades, but it's not like permanent. So we have to find some ways to make it business sustainable, which is the main theme of the next panel. And in that sense, what we learned from the hydrogen support mechanism, which is CFD, and now it's under the assessment process, and I was also involved that process. But the important thing is that even from the support side, like government side, we should share the information and how we should, what kind of, for example, the carbon intensity, something in case of the hydrogen. But we should share and try to make it similar. Yeah, as I mentioned, we shouldn't pursue the same, but we should make it similar so that the business side can be applied easily. And also, we should carefully hear from the business side, because what we learn from the hydrogen side is that if a government considers the risks of the business structure in the ministry, so this is very limited information. And if we exchange the information, the opinion with business private sectors, they have much more things to consider. And maybe from the financial perspective, because this is very long business, more than decades. So we also have to consider the financial consideration. And in that sense, we should open up the discussion to the all stakeholders, and including most and also important is the academic sectors. So in that sense, yes, at this point, the multilateral meetings like this is very important so that we can exchange the information. Sometimes publicly, or you can do it like a backside bilateral. But yes, so that is my point. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your comment from all of us. Yeah, I agree that CCS consists of a very long value chain, and every single portion, should be there. There are many issues in. So storing country or emitting country has also each issue they have to overcome, and I think that's important. It's work together to exchange information or lesson learned from the project. So that kind of platform, Global CCS Institute also prepares that kind of information platform, information exchange platform. But this is Asia CCUS Network is also very good opportunity to share all the data accumulated before. Thank you very much. And it's I should manage the time, but I'm just concerned about this time, the time limit. But may I ask the comment or question from the floor, if you have, to all the distinguished panelists? Okay. So, okay. We have still 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Rahmat.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Okay, my name is Rahmat Sule from Center of Excellence at ITB. My question is related to the first presentation from METI. Segawasan, sorry. Yeah, in your presentation, you mentioned that there are several CCS projects in Japan, and 4 of them are connected with a foreign country, 3 with Malaysia and 1 with Australia. My question is why Malaysia is so attractive for Japan? Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much for the question. And to be more precise, the 4 projects are the Malaysia, and the other one is not only Indonesia. It's saying like Oceania, so it's open to the other countries also. And first of all, this project is not made by Japanese government. We are supporting, but this project started like, please make any alliance you want to make to the private sectors, and they applied. And as a result, now 3 Malaysian project is there. And yes, so but as I mentioned, as a government, we haven't specified we don't have any specific targets country, and we are very open to the other countries, including Indonesia. So we should discuss with our colleagues like Singapore, Indonesia, and not today, but Korea and Australia. So this is our government situation. And yes, maybe I should ask the private sectors why you choose the Malaysia, but yes, maybe they're considering the Malaysia has a very good kind of the total potential. It's not only about the storage, but also like a system or the existing business or some other good relationship. So, but yes, sorry, this is not a good answer to you, but yes, as a government, yes, we are very open and we are not yet specified a specific target country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hasegawa-san. Any other? Please.
Thank you. My name is Parisa. I'm research counselor at the Embassy of Iran. I would like to know that in order to develop supply chain infrastructures into green infrastructures, is there any collective attempts done in this region, specifically on supply chain infrastructures and developing them into green ones? I mean, thank you.
Can you? Infrastructure. Yeah, it's. Can I clarify that the infrastructure for storing CO2 or emitting CO2?
Developing food and food supply chain infrastructures into green and net zero ones. Is there any developments being done?
Yes.
Apologies. We need to trouble you to clarify your question again so that we can give you an answer. You said something about green infrastructure policy?
Yes. I would like to know if, there are some supply chain infrastructures in any country, for example, railroads, ports, and such things. I want to know to what extent this development has been progressed in order to become green and environment friendly for saving environment and to reach net zero goals.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are checking to see who is going to answer you. So I go first because I will probably give you the least best answer.
Right. Thank you.
So I think in the context of CCS, it is actually a very infrastructure-heavy endeavor. You need to have specialized. If you're going to ship it on the ocean, you need very specialized liquid CO2 vessels, right? And I think out in the market there are 3 types. I think the storage is also significant infrastructure capital investments as well, and that's why one of the panelists said that it's very important that the policies, whether it's government policy or the commercial contract, recognizes that it is capital intensive, and therefore there needs to be perhaps long tenure and long-term certainty of supply of the CO2 to the store. So these are incredibly green infrastructure projects, CCS. Hope that answered your question.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. If any more question, comment? Oh, yeah, sure.
Check. Yeah, hello everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Tori, and I'm not coming from
academic institution or even government official. So my background is from industrial. Actually, there's a quote from Bapak Dwi that really sticks with me regarding to make the CCS borderless. And actually, since all the panelists are coming from the government official from different countries, right? My question is, what are the biggest challenges to make the CCS borderless so that every country can, between the emitters country and the storage operator country can do the CCS? So I think that's only my question. And I think any one of you can answer my question. So thank you.
All right. I'll try to answer that question. Maybe later on, Pak Kai and other panelists can answer also. So first is, this is kind of, if I can say, this is a usual business, like market and when we have a trading, so we need market to sell something. We have the potential, but the potential itself cannot be utilized if we don't have the market. So I think the collaborating it, utilize with the suitable arrangement or good arrangement, we can create those ecosystem of CCS to be developed. So in this case, if we are talking about Indonesian potential, we have the potential, but we currently don't have like the system to develop it by our own. If we can compare with in Norway or UK with their project like this side, the governments subsidize and give support for that. In Indonesia, we have a different approach. So I think to develop this ecosystem, we need to have collaboration with other countries that need those storage. I think that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think, it's almost running time. So, ladies and gentlemen, and let me brief summarize today's discussion. Thank you very much for the panelist, Kara, in Australia. And first of all, all government in this session affirmed the importance of the cross-border CCS for Asia-Pacific decarbonization. The second, while each country has different policy frameworks, but there is a shared recognition of the need for enabling environment, including the regulatory clarity, government support scheme, and international cooperation. So we agreed on the need to share lessons from ERIA project through the appropriate platform. So one important message I like to share with you that the cross-border CCS is no longer just a concept. It is a moving forward and policy reality, cross-government to government dialogue, together with strong public-private partnership, will be vital to accelerate the practical project in this region. Thank you very much for all panelists for your valuable insight, and the audience for your attention. Thank you very much. So with that, we will conclude session 1 on government perspective on cross-border CCS. Thank you once again for your participation, and I wish you a fruitful continuation of the Asia CCUS Network Forum today and tomorrow. Thank you very much. Please give a big hand for them and Kara on the screen.
Thank you, Nambo-san and all panelists. Also, Ms. Kara joining online. May I ask all of you to stand for a photo session? Ms. Kara, please smile to the camera. we're going to have a photo session. 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, please smile to the camera. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please once more give a round of applause to our panelists. Also, thank you to Nambo-san for moderating and summarizing the points of the discussion. We still have 2 more sessions, and it's going to be as interesting as the morning session. In this session, we will hear about the commercial considerations for cross-border CCS in Asia Pacific. Please allow me to call to the stage. She is the Director of CCS Planning Division, CCS Project Department of JOGMEC, Ms. Masumi Takanashi, along with Ms. Reza Raditya Stuti from BP Tangguh, Mr. Haryadi Budiman from ExxonMobil, Ms. Kyoko Okamoto from JAPEX, Mr. Akihiko Takao from Mitsubishi Corporation, Mr. Kei Matsuoka from Mitsui, Mr. Ali Sunja from Pertamina, Ms. Nur Ain Muhammad Saleh from Petronas, who are joining us online. Ms. Nur Ain, are you here with us? Bapak. Hi, Ms. Nur Ain.
Hi, hello.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our panel a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Narayan-san, can you hear us? Okay.
I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session 2 of 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. The title of this session is Commercial Constellation for a Self-Sustaining Cross-Border CCUS Project in the Asia-Pacific region. My name is Masumi Takanashi from JOGMEC, and this is such a great honor to be a moderator of this important conference. In the morning session, government representatives from various countries discussed their policies and perspectives on advancing CCUS. And now in this afternoon, some people might be sleepy after the lunch, but we would like to focus on private sector. And we are very fortunate to have distinguished panelists here representing leading companies actively involved in CCS projects across the Asia-Pacific region. So let me briefly introduce them. The first, Ms. Reza Raditya Stuti, Head of Business Development Indonesia, BP Tangguh. And thank you. And next, Mr. Haryadi Budiman, Director ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solution Indonesia. Thank you. Ms. Kyoko Okamoto, General Manager, Asia Carbon Neutral Department, Overseas Business Division, JAPEX. Mr. Akihiko Takao, Assistant General Manager, Business Development Department, Mitsubishi Corporation. Mr. Kei Matsuoka, General Manager, Carbon Neutrality Upstream Business and CCUS Department, Mitsui & Co. And Mr. Ali Sunja, VP, Technology Development 1, Upstream and Low Carbon Pertamina. And last but not least, Ms. Nur Ain Saleh, General Manager, Carbon Capture Storage, CCS Carbon Management Division, Petronas from online. thank you very much to all panelists for joining us today. Now, following our session theme, I would like to invite our panelists to deliver their presentations. Each speaker will have about 5 to 6 minutes, and let us begin right away. So the first presenter will be Reza-san. Thank you. So if you prefer to move onto the podium. Oh yeah, or you can use that mic. Yeah, either is okay, I think.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, as well as the speakers and the moderator. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this forum. And my name is Reza Radityastuti. I'm the head of business development for BP in Indonesia. So it is an honor for me to present the Tangguh CCUS, which is the Indonesia's first commercial scale carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So Tangguh, let me give you a bit of context on Tangguh here, just for a moment. Yeah. Tangguh is Indonesia's largest gas producer with the production of 2.1 billion cubic feet per day. It represents around 1/3 of the national gas production. It operates at a capacity of 11.4 million ton per annum of LNG, supplying 1,800 cargoes to date to the domestic as well as to the international markets. It powers electricity to 54 million homes. And the project also contributed significantly to the economy with a total investment of 17 billion. And it also provides the revenue of 15 billion to the state. Tangguh project involves Japanese investors throughout the value chains, including upstream participation, EPC contractors, LNG financing, shipping, as well as the LNG buyers. Okay. So in November last year, BP and its partners, we have reached a final investment decision for the Tangguh UCC project, which is a national strategic project. So it actually marking an additional 7 billion investment and creating jobs of around 5,000 to 6,000 jobs. The project itself aims to increase the gas production by approximately 3 trillion cubic feet, and we plan to inject 15 million tons of CO2 into the reservoirs. So this is setting a new standard for environmental stewardship. The major contracts for onshore and offshore development have been awarded, and early works, including the construction of hydrocarbon compressors and EGR facilities, are moving forward as planned. Okay. So let me share with you about the Tangguh UCC project. Tangguh UCC project is an integrated project which includes the gas field development through the Ubadari field, development of CCUS facilities for CO2 injection and enhanced gas recovery, and also the onshore compression. And the project will bring a total of additional 3 TCF gas and reduce CO2 emissions by 15 million tons. Tangguh CCUS is a closed-loop system in which additional CO2 from the EGR will be injected back into the reservoir. This means no additional CO2 vented out to the atmosphere from this process. Okay. So for the future, we aim to establish Tangguh as a regional CCS hub with the potential to store up to 1.8 gigatons of CO2. This vision includes providing CO2 storage to the third-party emitters in Asia, with the demand forecasted to reach up to 4 gigaton per year by 2030. A self-sustaining CCS projects require a supportive ecosystem that encourages CCS as a tool for decarbonization. This means developing the incentive-driven business models, funding support, effective carbon pricing, and a premium price for low-carbon products. For cross-border CCS project, bilateral agreement between the storage and emitter countries and robust regulatory frameworks are essential enablers to help future projects to decarbonize. CCS is a capital-intensive investment. However, it remains the lowest cost pathway for hard-to-abate sectors to decarbonize. As the CCS value chain matures, costs are expected to decline through the economies of scale and the technology adoption. CCS Hub concept is a powerful enabler for a self-sustaining CCS project because they offer integration and collaboration opportunities. It lowers the costs through the economics of scale, allowing the shared use of infrastructure. Hubs also enable the small emitters to be part of a cluster of aggregated emission, providing them with affordable CCUS solutions. Tangguh CCUS is an example of hub concept with shared storage infrastructure to decarbonize Tangguh gas as well as for the third-party CO2. We leverage from optimizing the plant infrastructure that the project has been sanctioned, which could lead to be one of the most cost-effective CO2 storage options. A couple of the things that we highlight and we would like the support from the relevant governments, both in the storage and the emitter countries, is actually the bilateral agreement. This is something that we from the business encourage the governments to open up the communication and to progress the bilateral agreement. Because as mentioned in the earlier presentation today, that the bilateral agreement is mandatory under the regulation. Yeah. And then we also would like to encourage the business model development, especially in the emitter countries, because this is the thing that the emitters need for them to be able to pay for CCS. Yeah. Tangguh project is leading the way into the sustainable future. So through the proven technology as well as the strategic partnerships, it provides opportunity to potential collaboration to establish a commercial scale cross-border CCS project. And let's embrace the opportunity for us to collaborate and create cleaner future for the Asia Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eleza-san, for your excellent remarks. Our Tangguh UCC gives us a very concrete example of how we should design a self-sustaining CCS with a collaboration with energy development. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next. Is it okay, Ariadi-san? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I start, firstly, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Haryadi Budiman. I'm working for ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions Indonesia. And it is a privilege to discuss the collaborations to advance CCS projects in the region. especially since ExxonMobil is also working to progress a CCS project, Indonesia ASEAN CCS, in partnership with Pertamina. We have one of the panelists is from Pertamina. That is the right time and the right forum to talk about the CCS project. Secondly, I would like to present a disclaimer page in the fine print for your review. It basically states that any forward-looking are subject to change, then any actual result might differ, and so on and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition is no longer a distant horizon. It is happening now, and Asia is right at the center of it. With growing energy demand and rapid urbanizations and industrial growth, the question we face is not whether we will decarbonize, but how quickly and effectively we can do it. CCS is one of the few proven technologies that could enable some of the highest emitting sectors to reduce their emissions now and at scale, such as the manufacturing, power generation, refining, petrochemical, steel, and cement industries. In Indonesia, in partnership with Pertamina Hulu Energy, we are trying to develop a CCS project in Indonesia having a significant geological storage potential. The Asri Basin site, as seen in the picture with the platform, is located offshore in shallow water, offering several benefits like less land use conflicts when we are developing the storage, and being located away from communities, reducing some public concerns. It is estimated to store 1 to 3 gigatons of CO2, and it is also strategically located near Java Island, Western Java, home to 60% of Indonesia's populations and major industries. ASRI CCS is well positioned to support both local and regional emission reductions. I will skip this slide for the time perspective. So as we are developing the project, we see some challenges and we observe some enablers. Let me highlight what we have seen as the key enablers for us to progress the project. The first one is stability and durability of fiscal and regulation. CCS is capital intensive, complex, and involves long-term commercial commitments. Similar to the upstream oil and gas, investor must be sure with durability of fiscal and regulations. We are talking about 20, 30, 40 years of the operations of the storage, even longer if we look at the scale of Asri Basin. The listing that investor want to apply to FID, build the business, and fiscal and regulation changes. That's a high risk for investor. In addition, if you're looking at emitter country, this means government incentives that drive customer to capture and store carbon emission should be there in the beginning at least. Not probably in the long term, but in the beginning to activate the project. In the storage country, it means the CCS regulatory frameworks that address pore space access, long-term liability, fit for purpose monitoring, the standards, and efficient permitting process. Market-based principles to determine commercial terms for CCS services. Our previous speaker mentioned about bilateral G2G or government-to-government cooperation. It is essential. Cross-border CO2 will definitely need a G2G agreement between the emitting countries and the host country or the storage country to address several items like transfer point, carbon accounting, and handover certificates, and other issues. Transportation regulations, including rules and regulation for cross-border transport and export and import custom requirement, which is the previous session when we have the government mention one of them. And then CO2 specification for shipping if you are using shipping. What is the CO2 spec? And last but not the least, as mentioned again by the previous speaker, public support, which includes active stakeholder engagement and public awareness, highlighting the benefits for local decarbonization, job creation, and associated economic opportunities. To close my presentations, allow me to emphasize that it is only through broad cooperation between public and private sectors that we can economically decarbonize industry needed to meet climate ambitions. In this region, ExxonMobil has a long and successful track record of collaborating with the government, regulators, community, and industry. And now we have the opportunity to build on these long-established relationships to further realize the world's decarbonization goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Heriadi-san. Thank you for introducing Sunda CCUS Hub project, and thank you for touching on the APEC CCUS challenges. Now we are realizing we have many challenges we need to overcome. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker, Okamoto-san from JAPEX. Thank you.
Selamat siang. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kyoko Okamoto from JAPEX, Japan Petroleum Exploration Company. Today, I'll be speaking about the cross-border CCS cooperation in the ASEAN Pacific region. Before diving into the main topic, I'd like to briefly share with you JAPEX Global CCS and CCUS initiatives. JAPEX was established in 1955 as a government agency for the purpose of exploring domestic oil and gas resources. It has expanded its business to include not only oil and gas, but also carbon neutral initiatives, including CCS and CCUS project. In Indonesia, successfully interwell CO2 injection test at Squati field with Pertamina and JOGMEC, and feasibility study on BECCS at Rimau field, East South Sumatra. For carbon neutrality, JAPEX's position is to achieve it concurrently with ensuring stable energy supply to meet the demand, positioning CCS, CCUS as a key driver. The offshore CCS project in Sarawak, Malaysia, is an excellent model case for large-scale CO2 transportation and storage. This project is expected to be applied to Japan's expandable CCS project that efficiently captures CO2 limited from various industries such as steel, power generation, and chemical industries centered in the Setouchi Sea area, Japan. For CO2 aggregation, An efficient transportation system is built by gathering CO2 at an ocean-going vessel shipping hub by pipelines and domestic vessels. The target storage site is the largest in Southeast Asia and enable long-term stable injection and storage of CO2. Let me discuss the two key points about the importance of CCS. Balancing economic growth and decarbonization. CCS and CCUS are critical technologies that enable decarbonization while maintaining economic growth. And cross-border cooperation in Asia. Collaboration between industrial clusters in countries like Japan and South Korea and so on, and nations with CO2 storage potential, such as Indonesia and Malaysia, contribute to efficient decarbonization and cost reduction. The key to success lies in pursuing economies of scale through regional cooperation across Asia. I'd like to show the key challenges for sustainable cross-border CCS. Risk-sharing optimization, stable revenue structure, value chain optimization, and public-private partnership, and carbon management, public acceptance, and legal framework development. And this is the last slide of my presentation. The role and potential of the private sector. Establishing international value chains. With private companies are expected to lead the following initiatives, creating efficient CO2 transport network through cross-border infrastructure development, operational systems, and CO2 capture and storage technologies. This enhances cost efficiency and improves the economic sustainability of projects. Next one is contributing to the establishment of credit trading mechanisms. By properly valuing CO2, reducing reductions, and enabling the creation and trading of internationally recognized carbon credit, we can improve project profitability. And the last one is fostering social acceptance. Through transparent communication with local communities and stakeholders, we can build understanding and support for CCS project, creating a foundation and for long-term business development. This concludes my presentation. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Okamoto-san. And thank you for pointing out for many challenges and a lot of private sector for self-sustaining CCS, cross-border CCS. And I agree with that the balancing economics and the decarbonization and the realization and the decarbonization through CCS is really important. Thank you, Takao-san. Let's hear from the next speaker, Takao-san from Mitsubishi Corporation.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Akihiko Takao from the Mitsubishi Corporation. I am very honored to be here and to have a presentation today. Today, I'd like to introduce Mitsubishi's effort in cross-border CCS project, and I would like to share some key highlights and challenges. Mitsubishi is currently leading 2 cross-border CCS projects funded by Japanese government. These projects aim to aggregate CO2 from multiple industrial emitters in the region, such as Tokyo Bay and Ise Bay. Both areas are highly developed industrial zones in Japan. Each project plans to transport 2 to 3 million tons per annum of CO2 to the storage site in the Asia Pacific region, where ExxonMobil and Petronas are conducting a study respectively. Both projects target to commence operation by 2030, but to be honest, it will be very difficult due to some various kind of reasons. Oh, sorry. This is an overview of our project. In this slide, I'd like to highlight the uniqueness of the regional CO2 aggregation-based CCS projects. In highly developed industrial zones such as Ise Bay and Tokyo Bay, a large number of the industrial emitters are densely concentrated in a limited area. Due to space constraints, individual emitters often don't have sufficient space to install necessary facilities like aggregation pipeline, liquefaction plants, storage tanks, and also export terminals. Therefore, it is necessary to develop these facilities as common infrastructures that can be utilized by multiple emitters in the region. Once established, such infrastructure will serve as a common facility, enabling the emitter to proceed CCS operation without the burden of the building standalone system by themselves. We believe this approach will lower entry barrier not only first mover but also other emitters who aim to join the project later. In other words, it will not only expand CO2 capture volume for individual emitters, but also help expand to overall capture capacity across the region. Considering these factors, we see significant value in exploring the governmental financial assistance to support the development of these common infrastructures. Next, I'd like to touch on the major challenges which we faced in implementing aggregation-based CCS in the highly developed industrial area. First, land availability for new pipeline is extremely limited. Therefore, selecting the optimal route is critical. The shield tunneling method is currently recommended in the area with dense underground infrastructure and also complex surface conditions. However, the cost will be very high. Secondly, the costly dredging operation will be required to accommodate large CO2 vessels. These operations face constraints such as limited dredging periods, and also we have to secure the appropriate disposal site for dredging sediments, and which bring additional cost and further complexity to the project. The third one is if revision to the existing port master plan are necessary to develop CO2 receiving terminal, the process may take several years. Therefore, we have to carefully consider project planning. Finally, I'd like to conclude my presentation by sharing what I believe is the most important principle for realizing the CCS value chain business. That is no emitters, no CCS value chains. Unless emitters as a starting point of the entire value chain, actively engage in CCS business, the entire value chain cannot function. So it is essential to offer cost-competitive storage site for emitters in order to encourage them to proceed CCS. Therefore, aggregator like Mitsubishi must continuously maintain access to the multiple storage sites and ensuring the flexibility for emitters entering the CCS value chain business. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Takao-san. Thank you very much. Oceania CCS with several destinations would be a good model for its flexibility. And thank you for sharing the major challenges, especially focus on cost. And everybody want to find solutions for cost part. Thank you. So let's hear from Matsuoka-san next. Thank you. From Mitsui.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kei Matsuoka. I'm a General Manager of CCS Project Development Division at Mitsui Tokyo. I'm honored and excited to be here today. And in the first part, I'm going to explain our CCS activities and some key considerations in establishing self-sustaining cross-border CCS. So, just an introduction of ourselves. Mitsui is a global conglomerate and engaged in a wide range of businesses such as oil and gas, steel, chemical, mobility, healthcare, and so on. And in particular, we've been involved in E&B business for about 60 years. And we aspire to contribute to CO2 emissions reduction. And we started CCS in 2021, leveraging the expertise and experience gained from E&P business. And we are expanding globally in regions such as APAC, Europe, and the US. And the business model varies widely depending on the location. And in this APAC region, we are focused on developing a cross-border CCS value chain. And in CCS, and the collaboration with emitters is essential. And we have a good business relationship with companies in various industries, such as power, refinery, chemical, cement, and other industries. And we are currently focusing on partnership with emitters, mainly in Japan. The Dion storage project in Malaysia, which we are now currently working on with Petronas and Total Energies, has been selected one of the JOCMEC's advanced CCS projects. And with support from METI and JOCMEC, we are advancing this project together with 7 Japanese emitters. In cross-border CCS, maritime transportation plays an important role. Leveraging the relationship we have built through our existing shipping business, we have a good relationship with the ship companies and the shipbuilders. And we are working on standardizing ship designs, obtaining AIP, and optimizing loading conditions. And when it comes to storage, I think the APAC region has a huge storage potential. And in collaboration with companies such as NOCs and super majors, we are conducting surveys and developing suitable storage sites. And for the Dion project in particular, we aim to be one of the large-scale cross-border CCS projects in this region in the early 2030s. And we are investing our expertise and resources to get this project off the ground. And, oh, sorry. Okay. So there will be many challenges in establishing self-sustaining cross-border CCS. And we are emerged in navigating this journey. Generally speaking, to make the decarbonization efforts truly sustainable, I think we need 3 points, 3 things. The first one is strong cost-pass ability of emitters. Second one is sufficient incentives for CO2 reduction. And the third one is clear disincentives for CO2 emissions. And these apply to CCS as well. And when it comes to CCS more specifically, although it is technically feasible, no commercial project exists in this APAC region. And this is why we really need to deliver the first mover projects, and those projects need sufficient government support, considering the fact that the 3 points that I mentioned are not met at this moment. And we also think it is also crucial to establish a commercial and technical foundation that underpins future projects as well, so that long-term sustainability is ensured. For cross-border CCS in particular, some kind of agreements that needs to be reached between the two countries on some specific matters, such as London Protocol agreement and arrangement, or some other regulatory harmonization. Once those are in place, it will be much easier to develop future projects. And I'm going to touch on the best practices maybe Japan can offer to other countries at the end of this presentation. One notable characteristic of CCS is its value chain is so long that everyone needs to work together hand in hand at the same pace. And in that context, I think JOGMEC's Advanced CCS program has successfully promoted the collaboration between emitters and storage developers, because we need to form a consortium with emitters and work together to build CCS value chain. And in addition to that, Japanese private companies are now actively discussing and developing guidelines for common specs of liquefied CO2 transport in the Council led by JOGMEC. And furthermore, those Japanese private companies are invited to METI's several subcommittees on CCS policy and design of the support mechanism, ensuring that industry needs are reflected on those policies. So I think lessons learned from these initiatives can serve as valuable references for other countries when they put more emphasis on efforts into emission reduction in the future. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matsuoka-san. Yeah, thank you for sharing Mitsui's CCS activities and collaboration with many stakeholders in the Asia-Pacific region. And a key consideration was really fits our discussion part in this later session. So we want to go deeper later. So the next panel presenter is Ali-san from Furutamina. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here as a part of this discussion of this event. CCS and CCUS is central to building a balancing of the world energy needs and our responsibility for reducing emission. I would like to share how Pertamina approaching this challenge and how we believe Indonesia can play a private role in building the commercially and collaboration CCS CCUS ecosystem for the region. Pertamina has fully aligned with the government of Indonesia goal in net zero emission by 2080 or sooner. In our corporate roadmap, CCS and CCUS are not set in the initiative. They are strategic pillars. We are developing in the portfolio with an estimate capacity right now is approximately 7.3 gigaton of CO2. We have a lot of study here. Right now Pertamina is developing a wide portfolio of projects across Indonesia. Like mentioned previous speaker, we have a project in Sumatra with Mitsui and Bex and Jokmek, Japex, and in the Java with the Exxon, and in Kalimantan we have Chevron, and in Sulawesi we have Mitsubishi and Panca Amal Utama (PAU) for the ammonia, for the blue ammonia. And in East Java, we have Gundi and Sukawati project for CO2 injection EOR. So here a lot of study comply with our regulation. We have two regulations from the presidential regulation number 14 in 2024 for the area for the injection. And then for the existing area, we have regulation for the Minister of Mineral and Resources in number 2, 2023. And here in the highlight of our presentation in the yellow is potential for the CCS or CCUS in the cross-border. We have a lot of partners from the Japan's and Exxon and Chevron, and then local partner we have Brin and then Migas also and ITB. Allow me to highlight some advanced project in our study. First study case in development of CCS hub in East Kalimantan, Kutai Basin. Right now is finishing of the static and dynamic model, and we continue to fulfill our regulation for the open area injection to comply with the regulation. And here we right now is assessment for the receiving terminal on or facility for receiving and injection in Badak LNG or in Santan terminal. This possibility for the emitter from the local in Kalimantan and also for the cross-border in Japan, Korea or Taiwan. This project is approximately with a capacity with the 500 million tons of CO2. We completed the study of the static and dynamic. And the next is for the CCUS Sukawati. Here is CO2 we use for the injection in reservoir. So the oil increasing, incremental oil will increase 13% is very huge for the reservoir for the enhanced oil recovery. And right now we have completed with the half and puff and the interwell, and we continue with final investment decision (FID) for the next POD. And here, the first time from the Pertamina to use CO2 as an injector. We propose this project will complete and commercial in before 2030. And the study or the project is can be standalone. We need three set of the enabler here. First is regulatory clarity. From Indonesia, it's recently issued presidential and ministerial regulation, along with the new government regulation, to provide clear framework for permitting, licensing, liability, and long-term CO2 storage. This gives investors and partners the confidence of they need. The second is robust commercial model. CCS is capital intensive. We need government incentive, carbon pricing, and credit system, and also flexible business structure, joint venture, share infrastructure, and hub and cluster model. And the third, the last one is collaboration and partnership. No company or country can achieve this alone. Joint venture can unlock the capital. Technology partnership can improve the injectivity and safety and multi-emitter participation and for the economic scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, Pertamina believes Indonesia is a unique position to become regional CCS hub because they have a geological and geographic is very strategic. But we can stand alone. We have need work together with government companies, financial institutions, and research partners. So with this collaboration, we can make CCS project commercial and impactful for our decarbonization journey. Plus, Pertamina is stand for the strategic partnership in this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Addis, and thank you for your clear explanation about role of Pertamina and sharing the updates of some specific project. And thank you for touching on the necessary items to enable the self-sustaining CCS. Okay, then last but not least, we will have the final presenter from Norain-san from Petronas. Thank you. Yeah, floor is yours, Norain-san.
Distinguished guests, my fellow speakers as well as moderators, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and Assalamualaikum. First of all, thank you to ERIA, METI, JobMag for inviting me to do the sharing session on Malaysia carbon capture storage development. And I specifically choose the team that I believe will be able to contribute towards the sustainability delivery of the CCS itself as one of the decarbonization solution for our hard-to-abate industries, which is collaboration. And through the collaboration, it is hoped that we are able to strengthen the standardization of the infrastructure, hence to be able to deliver an affordable solution for our hard-to-abate industries. So there is also a disclaimer because today it will be a snapshot of where we are in terms of the CCS development. It will be evolving and there will be a different landscape and scenario altogether as we progress to deliver the CCS. Here is the overview of Malaysia CCS Hub. We are currently progressing to execute and deliver 2 onshore hubs, which is actually one in Peninsular Malaysia and one in East Malaysia Terminal. With that hub come about 4 storage site or storage cluster that we will say, which is actually Lawit storage site, Duyong storage site, M3 storage site. And all these 3 are actually a depleted gas field. And Penyu storage site, which is actually the first saline aquifer that we wanted to develop for the purpose of Malaysia CCS hub. All of the capacity of this storage site are at minimum to be around 80 to 100 million ton, but there are other surrounding reservoirs nearby to this particular storage site that we can expand further in terms of the volume for the CCS. Right now, at a various maturity level, Petronas have already validated the storage capacity that is available for us to further develop to become the storage site or CCS itself for about 2.4 billion ton of capacity. There are a lot more potential, but the validation or the study and due diligence to validate the suitability for the geological site to be converted into a storage site is still on the way. Thanks to Okamoto-san, Takao-san, and also Kei-san, because they have provided the overview of all the storage site. Okamoto-san have already covered a bit on the Sarawak, which is actually the M3 storage site itself. Takao-san have already talked a little bit about the Southern, which is the Peninsular Malaysia hub. And Kei-san have already mentioned about the Duyong storage site. This is actually the first evidence where collaboration have bring us together and is demonstrated here in this particular forum. Apart from the storage site itself, we are also developing and going to construct and build the liquid CO2 carrier to enable the cross-border CCS. We have just incorporated our shipping company. It is actually Jules Nautica, and Jules Nautica Sdn Bhd will undertake the approach where we're going to own, build, and operate the liquid CO2 ship. We are also in collaboration with K-Line, taking a different approach altogether, whereby for that particular approach, we are looking at a third-party charter for the ship itself, because we know that there is an affordable threshold in terms of owning and building our own ship. And the demand is actually going to be expanded further, where we will require to have a lot more CO2 vessel, liquid CO2 vessel, for us to offer the CCS as a decarbonisation solution. This is just an overview of the standards that we are currently following and observing in order for us to build the CCS hub. Mostly are international standard and ISO standard, whereby they are already currently being developed, and the specific one where it covers the critical elements such as the geological storage site, also the pipelines for the transportation of the CO2, and also on the validation of the suitability of the geological site are all established ISO that we are currently following. I'm zooming into this one of the example of our CCS hub development, which is actually the Peninsular Malaysia hub, where we have the onshore terminal going to be built on at the Kuantan port itself. We have already secured the land, and because we are taking the approach of a phase development, the first phase we are actually targeting to have developed the capacity of handling liquid CO2 over at the onshore terminal for about 5 to 10 million ton per annum, depending on the demand. However, in terms of the space itself, we will be able to expand up to 30 million ton per annum, and that's running in parallel as well on the capacity of the geological site or the storage site that we have identified and currently validated in terms of the capacity. This is also just a glimpse this is still work in progress in terms of the CO2 spec, but the point that I wanted to point out here is that as we develop the CCS hub, the multiple CCS hub with open access to all types of emission, we are trying to standardize the infrastructure, the build of the infrastructure by widening up the envelope, the operating envelope, as well as trying to see the landing in the middle in terms of the impurities of the CO2, so that it will be a win-win case between the transport and storage developer as well as the emitters. And again, this is just another demonstration of the collaboration. Since day one, when we approach the CCS feasibility, we have already taken the approach of collaboration because we strongly believe that through collaboration, we will be able to develop and also to construct the multiple or the long value chain as well as the multiple ecosystem that is required at the right pace, given that the time limit that we need to deliver the CCS is pretty much stretched. If we are really serious in contributing to the climate change effort, which will have the near target by 2030. And as we progress with the infrastructure build, we also recognize this will be the 5 critical levers of ecosystems that are interconnected that we need to develop as well in order for us to ensure that the CCS can be developed in a wholesome manner. Policy and regulation, technical and technology, supply chain, communication and advocacy and funding. I will not go into the detail of this because throughout the clique of my panel members, they are already touching a little bit here, each of these elements during their session. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Noreen. And thank you for introducing Malaysia CCS Hubs and the collaboration with many Japanese companies. And I totally agree with you. The key is collaboration to realize cross-border CCS in the region. And thank you for touching on the 5 critical points we need to develop to realize this cross-border CCS. Okay. So thank you very much to all speakers for your insightful presentations. We have heard many important perspectives to realize cross-border CCS. And now we will now move to the panel discussion. Before we start to the discussion, let me briefly recall the theme of this session. The theme is self-sustaining CCS, cross-border CCS. By self-sustaining CCS, this can be understood as the projects that do not rely solely on government support. This concept highlights the expectation that private companies will play a central role in building and operating the CCS value chain. In this panel discussion, we would like to explore what kinds of cooperation between governments and corporations, companies, and also among companies themselves are most important to achieve a commercially viable and self-sustaining cross-border CCS business. Each panelist will be invited to answer questions. Ideally, I would like to ask 2 questions per person, but due to the time constraint, we are behind of the schedule in my planned time schedule, so it may be only 1 question. I'm sorry about that. I kindly ask you for your understanding that in case, please keep your remarks within about 2 to 3 minutes per questions. Okay, let us begin with the first questions. What do you see as the role of the private sector in realizing self-sustaining CCS projects that do not rely solely on government support? Please answer with reference to your project. So who do you want to go first? Maybe Reza-san from VP?
Thank you, Takanashi-san. Okay, so self-sustaining CCS project. fundamentally require the supportive ecosystem. So this involves the viable business model, and then also incentives, and also the effective carbon pricing, and the premium pricing for the low carbon product. And I like what the prior presentation mentioned, that no emitters, no CCS value chain, which is actually very true, because emitter is going to pay the CCS costs in the end. So that's why there is quite a capital intensive investment along the value chain. And the role of the private sectors here, they will make significant investment as well as taking on the risk along the value chain. So that's why the viable business model is important to ensure that the investment can generate a reasonable return along the value chain. So that's why the emitters here is getting the priority to get the support. And in the early days, in which the environment or ecosystem is still immature, then government support is usually expected. However, this would be a combination, because it's not just about the funding support from the government, but also a possibility from the commercial financing, for example. And then also referring to the energy project, I mean, like JOGMEC also involved in energy project, in funding for the energy project through the Japanese entities' investment. I think a similar approach may be adopted as well for on the emitter side, for example. I know that JOGMEC it's more on the upstream side, but there may be a possibility to extend further on this. And then also the private sector play a significant role in lowering down the cost of CCS, and also making the project as efficient as possible, and then also enabling the potential scale and advancing the technology development. So Tangguh is actually an example of a project that is self-sustaining, meaning that we don't necessarily get like a funding support from the government. However, that's only on the storage side. But there are beyond the chain of the storage that require significant investment, and then also taking on the risk. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leza-san. How about Harry Addison?
Thank you. The private sector really plays an important role for developing CCS in a long-term and sustainable ways. My answer is going to be some overlapping. So what private sector can do first, like has been mentioned, we actually going to providing capital investment. The government provide mechanism for subsidy or for contract for difference, but the capital coming from the private sector. Second, we contribute for the de-risking of the projects through our expertise in engineering, operational capabilities, and market-based offtake agreements, which enhance bankability and scalability of CCS infrastructure. The third one, we're driving technological innovations. We are incentivized to always lowering the cost. The current CCS challenges is, although CCS compared to the other low carbon solution is competitive, but the cost is still relatively higher from the potential existing revenue generations. Not all projects associated with oil and gas, for example. Our project is going to be the first CCS project not related with oil and gas, try to cater and address for the emissions in Indonesia as well as in the region. However, the transitions from CCS project to financial independence, private sector must collaborate with the government. They need to sharing project risk and cost initially while working towards long-term market-driven revenues. So the collaborations between private and public will reduce reliance on subsidies over time and then create the CCS economy. However, I need to emphasize again, for a private sector like us, we need a clear, durable policy frameworks, long-term contract certainties, and supportive regulatory environment for government. So we can fully mobilize private sector capital and expertise. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask the same questions to the three Japanese representatives here. Maybe you can answer in short. 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah. Based on our experience with the Sarawak offshore CCS project, the private sector plays a critical role in 3 key areas. Number 1, building efficient CO2 transport networks through cross-border infrastructure and technology advancement. Next one is contributing to credit trading mechanism to enhance project profitability. The last one is fostering social acceptance through transparent community engagement. So how can we develop and launch a competitive CCS project with effective cost and risk management? So it could be 4 points. The Sarawak project, number 1, utilizing large depleted gas field with optical storage conditions. Number 2, maintain close collaboration with emitters. Number 3, establishing uniform technical approaches and consistent business frameworks. And the last one is developing strong relationship with host countries and communities, I think. And appropriate legal frameworks, also carbon pricing in both exporting and importing countries remain essential for cross-border CCS structure. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The private company are expected to make our best effort to develop economically sustainable business model for CCS value chains. That is a major role of the private companies. In order to optimize the business operations, collaboration among the company must be essential. Example for intercompany collaboration would be voluntarily to contribute land for common facilities and to bear the cost of common facility by all beneficiaries in the regions. In order to foster a sense of the regional unity in CCS value chain, especially for regional emitters, we are trying to widely share information such as a project progress, development concept, and CCS business environment, and so on, to industrial emitters in the region. That is our comments.
Okay, so my short answer is ultimately everything needs to be can be carried out by private sectors. Everything can be, but unfortunately, until CCS becomes self-sustainable, there will be some functions the private sector cannot fulfill, but public sector can. So I don't need to mention about that because many panelists talk about that in this session already. So I think now is a transition period towards self-sustainability, and close collaboration between public sector and private sector and the public sector will be very important during this period. And once we have established sort of a foundation, of the CCS value chain, maybe again, only private companies can do everything.
So thank you very much for other panelists. I want to do a next question. Is it okay, Alison? To Alison and Norain-san, I'd like to ask slightly different question on the same theme. When it comes to self-sustaining cross-border CCS project, how do you envision public-private partnership? In your view, what is the right balance between the responsibilities of government and private sectors? So, Norain-san, do you want to go first?
Sure. So, striking the right balance and the criticality of role between public and private sector in ensuring a sustainable delivery of the CCS pretty much will revolve around the right identification of the risk and liability so that both public as well as the private sector pretty much have the appreciation of the areas where we can actually optimize in terms of the cost to deliver the CCS, as well as areas where we can optimize to ensure that we will be able to make CCS affordable solution for the decarbonization of the industry itself. And that clarity in terms of the risk and liability management and demarcation will not only help for the private sector to basically construct and build in terms of a fit for purpose, high efficiency infrastructure of the CCS itself, but at the same time, it will help in terms of the public sector to construct a supportive policy that will not be imposing much of a constraint or requirements that will become a sort of like a cost adder to the whole development in order for the private sector to comply. So pretty much it takes two to tango, and I think it will bring much benefit if both the public and the private sector can come into the middle in terms of the CCS requirement itself in developing or in accelerating the development of the CCS. Yep.
Thank you, Norain-san. Alison, please.
Okay, I agree with Ms. Nora. And I just added for the government private sector is for the technology provider. The technology provider, like in Sukawati, there is we need private sector for the CO2, and we have to like pipeline. We have to because we inject the CO2 to the reservoir in supercritical condition. So the technology is this make how much we can produce. We can produce the CO2 for the injection. It's critical, and then. Second, for the success is the economic spatial. Is mean we need some distance from the injector and the emitter. So this mention the spatial is will make how much we can as a producer of the ejector is economically limits for the this project. Like example in Indonesia, is carbon price only $2 per ton, and then Europe is $30 until $40 per ton. That's if we can cross border is. Can be open to the areas, the potential for private sector and government sector is very interesting for the investment in Indonesia. That's all.
Thank you very much for your answers. Okay, so we have just 9 minutes left, but I really want to move to the next question. They're building on so private sector can take a central role, but or we mentioned maybe the government needs to fund or make a financial support first, but then the private sector take a central role. But building on that, I would like to turn to another crucial aspect of self-sustaining CCS project, the need to reduce costs and manage risks. The next question aims to explore the possible supply chain structures and efficient business models that could support this. Sorry, this is a broad topic, and we have 8 minutes left. But so maybe I can not make the questions to all the panelists. So I may pick some. I may choose assign some panelists. Okay, the third question. For self-sustaining CCS project, so the risk mitigation and cost reduction are key factors. In your view, what approaches could be most effective in overcoming these challenges? Please consider this in the context of a supply chain involving both exporting and importing countries in the Asia-Pacific region. So I'd like to ask to Takao-san and Matsuoka-san for this question.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm going to first. Generally speaking, industrial emitters in exporting countries strongly seek a stable CO2 acceptance of CO2 importing country to proceed a CO2 emission reduction. On the other hand, storage operators in CO2 importing countries also strongly seek a stable CO2 from CO2 exporting countries to maintain storage operators' incomes. In order to reduce the risk of CO2 supply or intake disruption, the implementation of multiple source and multiple sink concept across the countries may become one of the solutions for maintaining operational stability and long-term reliability. However, in reality, it will be extremely difficult to launch a project based on the multiple source, multiple sink concept from the first mover project. From the perspective of industrial emitters, it is crucial to establish a project that transports CO2 to storage site with cost competitiveness and also sufficient storage capacity. That is our comment. Thank you very much.
So I noticed that Takao-san mentioned that multi-sinking, multi-sourcing concept, and I think it's a very good idea and a key concept to establish a self-sustaining CCS, a cross-border CCS in the future. Especially from the perspective that perspectives of cost reduction and the risk mitigation, because in impact region, what I would envision as the future state is CO2 flows freely and dynamically from multiple emission sources located in various emitter countries to multiple storage sites in the various storage countries. And we need to maybe harmonization and standardization would be essential to realize that desired future state. And those if we take a necessary step to achieve that, I think we can avoid unnecessary not standardization, but we can reduce the cost because we can standardize everything, including infrastructure, and also maybe we can increase the buffer to absorb risk and volatility. So once the multi-sourcing and the multi-sinking is realized, it will naturally result in a larger scale, so the cost is reduced as well. So I think, again, it is a very important concept, and every country needs to work together to achieve that concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we just heard the idea of multi-source, multi-sink supply chain. I heard the same word, multiple source, multiple sink supply chain from the government session also. And I would like now to take this one step further. To make such a system reality, cooperation among many different stakeholders will be essential. Let me ask the next question. Maybe the panelists can answer in 1 minute. What are the challenges and solutions in pursuing multilateral cooperation between exporting and importing countries for self-sustaining cross-border CCS project? Maybe from the perspective of storage countries, what are the key considerations? So I would like to ask this to Reza-san.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think the challenge is actually the lack of the bilateral agreement, and then also some of the regulations may not be mature enough, and then also the lack of a business model. And then also for the multinational cooperation will help to accelerate the timeline to mature the policy both in the exporting as well as in the importing countries. So this is very critical because like the establishment of the regulation as well as the bilateral agreement are very critical. And then the complex value chain of CCS that needs to move in parallel because all the three components, the storage, transportation, as well as the emitter, they need to do FID or start up at about the same time. So that's why there is a significant risk, and then all the technical, commercial, as well as the regulatory framework covering the three chains need to happen or going along at around the same time. So that's why the collaboration between the stakeholders on these chains are critical, and working together with the government on how we could progress this cross-border CCS. Thank you.
Thank you, Reza-san. We have our 1 minute left. Maybe I may take 5 minutes more, but I'm sorry that it's running out of time. But from the panelists, if we want to add some before the conclusion, I would like to pass the mic to you. How about Noreen-san? Do you want to add anything?
Echo, in terms of the cross-border, the requirement for the clarity with respect to the specifically the carbon accounting itself is required, because as we do CCS, it's not only isolated to the business-to-business transaction, but it is the molecule of the CO2 is actually going to be contributed and counted towards the country NDC as well. Hence, why the carbon accounting as well as the clarity in terms of the policy on the liability transfer between the emitters country as well as the storage country needs to be looked thoroughly, and consideration is also needs to be taken to marry or linking the business-to-business transaction liability up to the same level of the government-to-government liability at minimum.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are running out of time. Thank you very much to all panelists for your excellent contribution, and thank you to the audience for your kind attention throughout this session. Let me briefly highlight the main takeaways from our discussion today. First, we discussed right balance of roles between government and private sector and critical importance of private sector's players in self-sustaining CCUS. Government, of course, especially in the early phase, needs to provide the financial support for first movers and to design the right regulatory frameworks and good necessary incentives. But private companies are indispensable for realizing self-sustaining CCS project for the longer time in the future, because they will secure partnership with emitters and storage providers, and also select the appropriate technologies throughout the value chain and drive cost reduction and build viable business models. Second, we discussed the potential of building more flexible supply chain, connecting multiple sources and multiple storage sites. And this approach could be a powerful way to diversify the cross-chain risks and increase the resilience of CCS value chain. So as in the future, commonization of infrastructure would allow the multiple emitters and multiple storage sites to share and redirect CO2, subject, of course, to the business agreement. Okay, these points together give us an ideal picture of how cross-border CCS in Asia-Pacific region can move forward. And I would like to, but at the same time, we also realizing many challenges we need to overcome in order to get all together. And I would like to emphasize that continuing this kind of dialogue in international platforms such as Asia CCUS networks and all the levels, government, private sectors, and to the communities, and cross-level communication and modern communication needed to solve the problem, actually challenges. Okay, so this concludes the session 2 of the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. I hope that what we have discussed here today will inspire stronger collaboration and concrete steps toward making cross-border CCUS a business reality in this region. Thank you very much. Terima kasih, arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you for all the panelists. Thank you, Narayan-san. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Masumi Takanashi, for your moderation, and all panelists for sharing your insight. May I invite all panelists to stand up for the photo session. Yes. Maybe in front of the table. Yeah, in front of the table. Yeah. Yes, also. Ms. Nur Ain will also be in the picture. Please smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Once more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Thank you to Ms. Masumi Takanashi, Ms. Reza Radia Stuti, Mr. Haryadi Budiman, Ms. Kyoko Okamoto, Mr. Akihiko Takao, Mr. Kei Matsuoka, Mr. Ali Sunjaya, and joining us online, Ms. Nur Ain Saleh, for sharing your expertise with us today. And now we will head to the third session. In this third session, we will be discussing CO2 shipping from cross-border CCS. May I invite the speaker and the moderator of session 3. Please welcome the Deputy General Manager of Marine Solution Business Division, Mobility Business Unit 2 from Mitsui & Co., Mr. Tetsuo Kanda, along with panelists, Mr. Daisuke Kuramoto from JOCMEC, Ms. Nur Ain Saleh joining us online, Ms. Mutia Rizka Neldi from Pertamina, and Mr. Jota Nanao from Kawasaki Kisen Kaisha. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Ms. Nur Ain, are you with us online?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, Ms. Nur Ain. Kanda-san, the floor is yours. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apa kabar? Compared to session 2, at a glance, there are fewer panelists in this session. So I hope we can have a more relaxed and casual dialogues. Please make yourself at home. Okay. Nama saya Kanda. Selamat sore. Selamat siang. Selamat sore. Nama saya Kanda dari Mitsui. Saya pernah tinggal di Jakarta selama 3 tahun. Sejak tahun 2016. Semoga diskusi kita lancar hari ini. How about my bahasa Indonesia? Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. My name is Kanda from Mitsui & Co. And I'll be serving as the moderator of this session. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. This morning, I just arrived here, Jakarta Airport from Japan. What surprised me was that the temperature and humidity in Japan are much higher than here. Even though Jakarta is located under the equator. Actually, Japan has experienced the record high temperature in the summer. Global warming is accelerating rapidly, and this trend seems likely to gather the pace in the future. So I really feel that cross-border CCS will become more and more important issues as we try to solve this global problem. I hope you agree on this. In the previous session 2, we learned the commercial considerations on the latest developments in cross-border CCS initiatives in Asia-Pacific region. The discussion emphasized the importance of multilateral cooperation between the public and private sectors in making the project self-sustaining. In this session 3, we will shift our focus on CO2 maritime transportation, ocean-going vessels, which is a critical part of the cross-border CCS supply chain. We will explore the current initiatives led by both public institutions and private companies, aiming the entire value chain more viable and efficient. Together with our distinguished panelists here, we will dive into this topic from multiple perspectives. I hope this session will provide you with new insights and practical ideas. Okay. Now let me introduce our panelists. Hi, everyone. It's great pleasure to have you with us here today. First thing first, could you briefly introduce yourselves by sharing your name and company name and titles briefly? And if you can add, please touch on your area of the responsibility as well. Okay. First, from our host country, Indonesia, we have, originally we will have a Pak Eka from Pertamina, PIS, but because of the traffic jam, I think so, Ibu Musia, please give your self-introduction first. Everybody, please give her a warm round of applause.
Sitting.
Yeah, so just name.
Just in here, right?
Name.
Just sitting here.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Mutia. Currently, I'm Vice President of Business Development in Pertamina International Shipping. Nice to meet you all. Today, I'll be sharing about the LCO2 transportation, and the project that we are involved in and our thought on this journey. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Monsieur San. Thank you for joining us on behalf of Mr. Pak Eka. Thank you for joining. And from Japan, we have Tak Kuramoto from JOGMEC.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daisuke Kuramoto of JOGMEC, Deputy Councillor of the CCS Department. And I'm in charge of the Japanese advanced CCS project with ship transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuramoto-san. Joining us online is Ibu Norain from Petronas. Thank you, Ibu Norain, for speaking twice in a row following the session 2. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good. So please again say hello to the audience.
All right. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. My name is Nur Ain. I am currently the General Manager in charge of the portfolio of CCS development. And when we talk about CCS development here, it is mainly for the purpose of the hard-to-abate industry decarbonisation. We are focusing of building the hub itself in Malaysia, and Petronas will be the lead developer at this current juncture.
We don't have any time constraints in session 3. So please make the most use of this opportunity. And finally, representing Japanese shipping companies, we welcome Pak Nanao from K-Line.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jota Nanao from K-Line. I am General Manager of Liquefied Gas Group, and I'm in charge of LCO2 transportation business. Thank you.
So to begin, I'd like to invite each panelist to share your recent technical developments and operational insights related to the CO2 shipping in the Asia Pacific region. In the presentation, we kindly ask you to cover 3 things as much as possible. The first, technical challenges. The second, what kind of regulations might be anticipated. And the third, other key considerations to keep in mind for sustainable CO2 transportation. Okay? So, Ibu Mutia, first of all, by the way, are you ready for the presentation? Okay, very good. Bagus. Yes, you can use that number. There.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Pertamina International Shipping, PIS, it is privileged to share our vision on the LCO2, sailing towards sustainability, sea transport for a greener tomorrow. Today, I will explain how PIS positioning itself to play a strategic role in supporting the energy transition and decarbonization through safe and reliable sea transport of LCO2. Next. First of all, I'd like to introduce who we are. We are PIS. PIS operate 472 vessels and 6 terminals. So we are not only a shipping company, but we also manage terminals in Pertamina Group. We distribute over 160 million kiloliters of energy products annually, and our international footprint covers 63 routes with 65 vessels sailing globally. Supported by office in Singapore, Dubai, and London. Now we already manage a strong portfolio of gas carriers, which we believe is capabilities needed for the LCO2 transportation. We also meet the highest international standards such as SIRE inspections, Paris MOU, and also Tokyo MOU compliance. This track record gives us a confidence to extend our expertise into CO2 shipping. Even though we talk about CO2 in here, we haven't got our own asset of CO2, but we, together with our partner, our strategic partner, in here they came, NYK, one of our shareholder. We work on the LCO2 project together. Yeah. Next, yeah. Yeah. PIS is planning to operate the LCO2 carriers to transport and capture carbon from industrial sources such as power plants, refineries, ammonia facilities, and LCO2 will be delivered to receiving terminal such as Jakarta Integrated Green Terminal. Sorry, I think the slide, okay. So in Pertamina Group, if you see the value chain in here, the CO2 value chain, it comes from the capturing, and then there is a transportation for shipping, and then discharging into a terminal, and then into the well or the basin. In here, PIS have 2 roles in the shipping and or transportation, and also the terminal side. So the LCO2 that is captured and being shipped will be received in the terminal. We plan to build a Jakarta Integrated Green Terminal where it will store in spherical tanks for the CO2. And from there, the CO2 will be compressed and sent to the offshore facilities, which is our upstream facilities. And currently, the most progressed well, I think it maybe has been discussed in the previous session, is the Sunda Asri Basin, which has the estimated storage capacity of 1.1 gigatons. Through this model, PIS and Pertamina Group offers one package solution from the shipping, terminal operation, and also the storage. Sorry. Okay. We believe developing the CCS ecosystem here will not only support our national and regional climate change, climate commitment, but also establish Indonesia as a regional hub for CO2 shipping and storage. This creates the opportunity for economic growth, access to international financing, and also enhance energy security. With the geological storage potential, Indonesia can become a critical player in Asia decarbonization journey. However, the success required collaboration. We need a supportive policy and incentive, also framework, clear commercial models, and effective risk allocation across the value chain. In here, we believe our government already have the framework, the policy, the high-level policy, which is now they are working on the detailed one. And for the commercial model, I think this is the most important thing to make this project, the LCO2 shipping, realize. Yeah, of course, we need a reliable project. We need a reliable business model. The scale is the most important one, I think, to make the project realize. And also the cross value chain risk, because if you see in the LCO2 value chain, there are many parties involved, and there in each chain there is a risk involved in that. And when we talk commercially, of course, to the emitters who will use our service, they need a guarantee. How is the risk being allocated between this value chain? This is, of course, need a collaboration in each sector, and also the insurance. This is also important. So only to this collective effort, we believe we can unlock the true potential of the CCS and CCUS business. So to conclude, I think PIS is ready to build the CO2 transport backbone for Indonesia and the wider region. We are committed to be the enabler of the energy transition, delivering the integrated, sustainable, and competitive solution. Together, we can create a greener tomorrow with PIS sailing at the forefront of sustainability. Thank you.
Ibu Mushia, thank you very much. If you don't mind, I direct this session to be more interactive communication. So please be back to the second page. I understand that PIS have engaged in the gas value chain business over the decades, but the coverage of the PIS is not only for the shipping. But okay, next slide. Sorry, next. Yes. So the responsibility of the PIS is not only for the shipping, but also for the transport part, including terminal and storage. Is that my understanding correct?
Shipping and terminal coverage.
Thank you very much. Just for clarity, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
If any questions and nothing, and then okay. Hi, thank you. Terima kasih, Ibu Mushia. So Pak Kuramoto from JOGMEC, please, you can use a podium or you can stay here or whatever.
Okay. It's great pleasure for me to have this opportunity. I'd like to introduce JOGMEC and Japanese governmental agencies' activities for CCS. JOGMEC is a policy executing agency of the Japanese government to stable and affordable supply of natural resources. Originally, JOGMEC's function is a 6 business area: oil and gas business, and metals, coal, geothermal, stockpiling, and mine pollution control. In 2022, the functions of the CCS, hydrogen, ammonia, and wind power were included in our business area. JOGMEC is one of the governmental agencies to be responsible for the interface between the policy and the business. JOGMEC works closely with METI as the implementing agency of the energy policy. We provide the intelligence support and policy recommendation to METI for policy making. And we're also providing the finance, technology, and intelligence support service to not only Japanese companies, but also overseas or partners organizations. Okay. Okay, I'd like to introduce advanced CCS projects again. In 2023, we selected 7 CCS projects as first advanced CCS projects. 5 domestic storage projects and 2 overseas export projects. The projects target a wide range of the industries such as electric power, oil refineries, steel, chemical, cement, and in various regions in Japan. We support the 100% of the cost of feasibility study and pre-study for the drilling with 3 billion yen to the domestic company. And then in 2024, we did a new public call for the advanced CCS projects. JOGMEC selected the 9 role model projects for the Japanese advanced CCS projects, including 5 domestic storage and 4 overseas storage projects. We support the cost with more than about 19 billion yen to domestic companies only. The scopes are basic engineering design for CCS value chain, such as a pre-feed and a feed study, and also assessment on the CO2 storage potential, including the exploration drilling. This year, 2025, METI and JOGMEC intend to proceed some advanced CCS projects, which transportation method is a pipeline. However, we understand the cross-border CCS is quite important because domestic storage capacity might be limited to achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050. So we also considering 6 out of 9 advanced CCS projects with ship transportation because long distance and large volume CO2 transportation is necessary for these projects. So we would like to focus on the initiatives of the low pressure and the low temperature shipping technologies. Okay, this is a liquefied CO2 shipping demonstration project conducted by NEDO, New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization. NEDO is a governmental agency. This is a first LCO2 carrier which implemented at low pressure and low temperature LPLT condition. This a demonstration project and for long distance transportation from emission source to places suitable for the storage is being carried out to establish the LTLP liquefied CO2 shipping techniques. Through this project, LCO2 carriers will be expanded to the larger size vessels. And NEDO research is develops and demonstration the technology necessary to construct an integrated marine transportation system that required stores, loads, and transports CO2 at optimal temperature and pressure conditions. Okay. In November 2024, construction of the both Tomakomai and Maizuru land base were completed. In fiscal year 2025, NEDO continues to conduct a liquefied CO2 transport demonstration test under various temperature and pressure conditions to verify the phase transfer, such as dry ice formation in liquefied CO2, and evaluate the operational safety and cargo handling safety of the demonstration carrier. In Hawaii cluster plan for CCS, liquefied CO2 ship transportation is important technology for transporting the CO2 which is captured at a distant emission source. They are conducting the demonstration project to establish the safe operation technology for transporting low temperature and low pressure liquefied CO2, which is suitable for the larger vessel. Okay, this is another topics to be considered for the ship transportation project. Everyone will be considered ship design first. However, it's important to consider the ship design as well as onshore facilities for CCS with ship transportation. So we discussed in the common specification of the both ship design and onshore facilities that the Council which established in 2024. The diagram on the slide shows representative equipment for the ships and the onshore facilities, as well as fluid exchange during the cargo handling operations. Ships equipped with various types of machineries. Generally, specification for the ship design and the onshore facilities are different from each project. So we need to consider the representative items such as the ship dimensions, cargo tank size, and the number of the manifold of the loading arms, to obtain the shared utilization at the multiple onshore terminals. It's a compatibility. This compatibility between the ship and the onshore facilities is essential for the cross-border CCS. So JOGMEC established the Council for the discussion of the common specification in CO2 ship transportation value chain in 2024. Yes, this is that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kuramoto-san. I understand that JOGMEC are actively involved in the commercialization of Japanese advanced CCS projects. And I was impressed by the slide that 6 out of 9 projects in Japan will need the vessel transportation instead of the pipeline because of the limited storage capacity in Japan. So it comes to me that cross-border CCS is quite important for Japanese.
Yes.
Okay. And second point, what was impressive was common ship design and onshore facilities. That point is quite essential for us to consider. So let's have a deep dive in the second part of the discussion. Thank you very much, Kuramoto-san.
Okay, thank you.
And next, Ibu Narayan from Petronas.
Let me.
Okay, it doesn't matter if the same content overlaps in session 2, but if possible, I would be happy if you could introduce your company's efforts with focus more on ships. Okay, Nori-san, please go ahead.
All right. Let me share my slide first. Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. I'll be doing the sharing again on Malaysia CCS development, but now the focus will be more on the realization of the cross-border CCS through the build of the liquid CO2 vessel. One or two of the slides will be the same as what been used in session 2. But in terms of the narrative and the presentation today, I'll be doing the coverage on the liquid CO2 vessel specifically. So this will be one of the slides that will be pretty much the same that I've been using in the previous session. But the focus now, when we started to embark and look into the feasibility for CCS, we started off looking only at the transportation via pipeline and the storage site development itself, because we thought at that juncture, the capacity in terms of the geological site is only sufficient for us to cater for Petronas decarbonization only. But as we pass through the feasibility and we see that the capacity, the volume capacity of our geological storage is more than enough for Petronas. In fact, it has knowledge to offer not only to our domestic hard-to-abate industry but also to the region. We expand our development feasibility study to include the transportation via the liquid CO2 shipping itself, in particular the ocean-going, the long-haul ship, to cater or to offer as a solution to enable the CCS or the storage site in Malaysia to cater for the emission coming from, example, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, as well as other countries in the region that potentially adopting CCS as one of the solutions for the decarbonization. Hence why, as we progress through the years, we are coming to the juncture last June to incorporate a JV company specifically to look into the build, own and operate a number of liquid CO2 vessels. And the reason why we are venturing into that particular approach is because we want to ensure that the readiness of the CCS cross-border is pretty much in control, at minimum for the first 5 million ton per annum, to ensure that those industries that are interested to adopt CCS as their decarbonization solution will have the total solution to transport the CO2 coming to Malaysia. Apart from Jules Nautica Sdn Bhd, which is actually the company that are looking into building, owning and operating the liquid CO2, we are also in collaboration and working together with K-Line, and that is taking a different approach altogether. We are looking at the suitability of available design for us to enter into a chartering agreement with the ship owner, because we know that there is an affordability threshold. A certain number of ships can be built and owned by Jules Nautica, and the demand itself for us to ensure that the CCS as a solution can take off is more than what Jules Nautica can provide. Hence why we're taking the approach, a slightly different approach with K-Line. I won't be covering that portion too much in my presentation because I won't take the limelight from Jatuh-san. I presume he will be presenting on the K-Line approach that we are collaborating with Petronas currently. So this pretty much the evolution of the work with respect to the liquid CO2. We started in 2022 just on an MOU for a feasibility for us to look into the requirement to transport the CO2. At that point of time, it is an open blank space altogether. We are evaluating from refurbished ocean-going ship. And then as we were doing the validation and also the due diligence, it turned out that we would require a totally new ship to be built altogether for the purpose of transporting the CO2. In 2022, we received approval in principle for various ship design, which include the coastal ship, or the short haul small vessel capacity, as well as the long haul and the big capacity vessel. In 2024, we completed the liquid CO2 FEED and achieved general approval ship application, GASA, and that is pretty much concentrating for the ocean-going long haul big volume capacity of ship. And in June 2025, we incorporate Jules Nautica And currently, under Jus Nautica, we are not only progressing further to mature the long-haul, big-size capacity ship, we are also looking on the market needs for the coastal ship as well, which is the smaller size ship, because we see there is a need especially for Malaysia, because we recognize that over at the west side of Peninsular Malaysia, there are still industrial area that might want to adopt for the CCS. Hence, we can provide an option for a coastal ship to transport the emission from the west side of Peninsular Malaysia to our storage site, which are mainly located on the east side of the Peninsular Malaysia. I share here a bit in terms of the technical specification or the parameters and features that we are already look and pretty much established. In terms of the design, pressure and temperature, pretty much we are aligning to what Kuramoto-san has been presenting, the LPLT requirement. We're looking at the temperature in the range of 55 degrees C and the pressure of about 8 bar. And in terms of the key equipment on board of the vessel itself, of course, there will be reliquefaction system, nitrogen system, cargo booster pump, ballast pump, and cargo vaporizer. And the most important features, and pretty much I would say it is just timely that we have started to look into this element, is actually to build a low carbon footprint vessel itself. So we are looking at a dual engine in terms of the fuel, so as to minimize the emission. We are also looking at other means in terms of increasing the energy efficiency and also lowering the fuel consumption. And apart from that, the last bullet that I wanted to highlight is about we are serious in getting the provision to have onboard carbon capture system to be fixed onto the vessel itself, so that the vessel not only gonna be reducing the emission from its voyage, but also this is the part where I said it is timely, because we're going to align ourselves with the recently launched IMO requirement with respect to the GHG emission altogether. Okay. Kanda-san talk about the challenges. So here will be one of the area whereby it's actually I'm looking at more of an opportunity as opposed that is being generated from the challenges. The technical challenges, basically, CCS itself is already a capital intensive solution, let alone the requirement for us to build a new ship altogether to allow for the cross-border CCS to happen. Hence, if we are able to somehow or rather zooming in into what the areas of the CO2 spec and have it more flexibility in terms of accepting multiple emission source, then it will pretty much will help in terms of us to achieve it, not only on the standardization of the material selection that can cater for multiple industries, but also we will be able to achieve economy of scale, because the way we are designing the infrastructure, not only for the ship but also for the onshore terminal as well as for the storage site, is actually to widen up the operating envelope so that multiple industry can come in and have a CCS and store their CO2 over at our infrastructure and also our storage site. Hence, once the operating envelope can be widened up, we will be able to give access to more player and interested parties, and economy of scale will be the outcome from that standardization and also widening up the operating envelope altogether. So during the study that we take, we look at both the CO2 specification on the shipping as well as on the pipeline. And again, this can evolve because we are trying to land in the middle with respect to the emitters as well as the transport and storage requirement with respect to building up the infrastructure. We want to have a win-win situation altogether, that whatever the specification that we're going to finalize will not cause the emitters to incur too much of expenses to do the capture. And at the same time, we also don't want to be incurring unnecessary costs with respect to the material selection for the ship as well as for the infrastructure that we're going to build for the onshore terminal, ports as well as the storage site. This will be my last slide. Apart from this showcase on the technical challenges, of course, as I have mentioned previously in my presentation in session 2, there is a need for us to establish a clarity with respect to the liability management, and that will also important for the shipping side because we need to identify clearly in terms of the point for the risk transfer as well as liability management between the shipping, the port, and also the onshore terminal. Thank you.
Thank you, Narayan-san. Your presentation was very much informative, explaining your initiative to build the CCS hubs in and outside Malaysia, and big efforts to realize cross-border CCS through LCO2 vessels. And regarding the CO2 spec, we would like to discuss more in detail in the second part of this session. So thank you, Narayan-san. And next it's going to Nanao-san from K-Line.
Hello, good afternoon again. I'm Nanao from K-Line. At first, I'd like to thank for the opportunity to speak in front of distinguished expert here of CCS value chain in Asia Pacific. Taking this opportunity, I'm going to deliver a small presentation about K-Line and what K-Line is doing in CCS field. So here's a quick overview of our company and fleet. Our company name is officially Kawasaki Kisen Kaisha, but better known as K-Line. We are founded in 1919 and headquarters is based in Tokyo. We operate about 450 vessels in total, and 90 of them are engaged in energy sectors such as LNG, LPG, crude oil transportation, and more importantly for today, also LCO2 transportation. Next, please. Here is the K-Line initiative in CCS activity. We classify our CCS activities into 3 categories here. The commercialized projects in the left, and technical development project in the right for developing low temperature and low pressure condition transporting vessel, and a commercial development project in the middle. So I briefly introduce each project in next slide. So first one is commercialized project. Here we engaged in Northern Lights project in Norway. Northern Lights project is the world's first full-scale CCS project. And in phase 1 of this project, total 4 vessels are dedicated to CO2 transportation to receiving terminal in Øygarden, Norway. Among those 4 vessels, first 3 vessels are managed by our in-house shipment company, so-called K-Line Energy Shipping, based in London. So a little bit more about this Northern Lights project. The first vessel, Northern Pioneer, and the second vessel, Northern Pathfinder, were delivered last year. Both vessels sailed from the shipyard in China all the way to Norway. And after almost 3 months of commissioning, they started loading CO2 emitted from cement factory in Bellevik, Norway in June. Then after 400-mile passage, they completed first unloading at Øygarden, Norway. And finally, on August 25th, just recent, the first CO2 injection at Øygarden was successfully completed. Throughout this project, we are continuing to build valuable experience in ship operation and ship management for CCS transportation. Our aim is to leverage this expertise for future CCS project in Asia Pacific. The last, commercial development. At the same time, as pursuing commercial development, we are also conducting several feasibility studies of CCS value chains together with our valued partners. Among them, I'd like to highlight one of our studies for CCS value chain between Japan and Malaysia. This project was selected as an advanced CC project by Japanese government, which was repeatedly explained by Hasegawa-san METI in this morning, and also just now Kuramoto-san JOGMEC. And we are working on this project with our valued partner, Petronas, as Norimi-san mentioned, and JAPEX, as Okamoto-san mentioned in the morning, and JGC. In this study, CO2 is supposed to be captured and liquefied in Japan and then transported to Malaysia for storage under low temperature, low pressure conditions. Together with Northern Lights project in Norway that we are engaged, this study, we believe, also an important step towards realizing cross-border CCS. So that's all for our introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nanao-san, for sharing your operational achievements of the Northern Lights project and others. Okay, thank you everybody for sharing your experience. And based on your presentations, listening to your insights, I feel that harmonization and standardization may be the key success factor to make the cross-border CO2 shipping economically self-sustainable. Let's now discuss what kinds of standardization we should focus on to reduce both the CapEx and OpEx, capital and operational costs, and make the cross-border CCS transportation commercially viable. If you don't mind, shall we start with Ibu Musha from Pertamina, PIS.
Thank you. For the standardization, for the cost reduction, I definitely agree that we need the standardization to be a key enabler for the cross-border CO2 shipping. The one point I would like to highlight to reduce the cost is, I think, specification, a quality and specification, which everyone is talking about especially the impurities of the cargo, because as the shipping, we need to make sure the quality from the emitters, the impurities is standardized. So we don't want the problem for the off-spec management, the complexity to handle those kind of trouble if there is a different and no standard for the specification and impurities. The regional standard can simplify processing, reduce safety risk, and allow multiple emitters to use the same value chain. If we have the standard, and of course, if it is already standard, we can come with the volume, which is the scalable volume we need to realize this project. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Ibu Musia. So, how about your opinion, observation on that, Kuramoto-san?
Thank you for your questions. And we are for cost reduction. Our initiative for the cost reduction related to the both ship and ship design and port offshore. Okay, can you show me my slide? Slides. No, yes, this one. Yes, this is one of the backup. Our initiative for the cost reduction related to the both ship design and onshore facilities is to establish the council for the LCO2 ship transportation value chain with the cooperation of the METI. JOGMEC established the council for the discussion on the common specification in LCO2 ship transportation value chain, comprising the more than 30 businesses involved in the CCS. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are the 6 advanced CCS projects and with the ship transportation. I believe the cost reduction in entire value chain is necessary for the CCS business implementation. So therefore, we would like to define the common specification for ship designs and the related facilities that onshore terminals. And I believe that this initiative enables to optimize the number of the vessels for CapEx and reduce OpEx with shared utilization in LCO2 ship transportation to support mutual access. As a result of the council in 2024, we discussed temperature and pressure condition at cargo LCO2 and the design pressure and the ship dimension and the cargo handling equipment and some LCO2 impurities. But cargo handling equipment and the LCO2 impurities is still ongoing. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Kuramoto-san, for sharing your insights, especially regarding the compatibility between the vessel and port infrastructure. Okay. Now, Ibu Norain from Petronas, we would appreciate your thoughts on the standardization which lead to the cost reduction eventually. And I hope you may touch upon more in detail about the CO2 purity.
All right. Okay. So basically, I can share 2 areas whereby we are looking as part of our study for the liquid CO2 vessel previously, which is actually the standardization in terms of the accessibility to the port itself. We did the checking when we first trying to establish what will be the range of the size that will enable the ship to enter not only Japan and Malaysia, but also other ports globally. So from there, we are basically designing for the LOA as well as for the draft water depth and draft requirement to at least satisfy and give accessibility of the ship later on to enter about 80% of the port globally at this current juncture. By making that standardization in terms of the accessibility to the port, we will be able to open up the opportunity and widen the market segment that the liquid CO2 can capture. Hence, it will make the ship later on to receive a competitive rate, because it is not only dedicated to 2 countries, but it's actually dedicated to almost majority of the ports can accept the ship itself. So that is one of the example of area where we see the standardization will offer advantage in terms of the design of the ship itself. The second area, of course, like you pointed out, is about the specification. Initially, we thought the purities is the critical element that we need to think on how to make it more flexible and more relaxed. But then as we progress with the work itself, it turns out that the impurities are more critical as opposed to the purity itself, especially for the liquid CO2. The reason why I'm saying that is because the moment the CO2 is going through a liquefaction process, it's straight away the end product will have a 99% CO2 content and composition. So what important right now for a liquid CO2 vessel is actually the impurities, because the impurities is the one that will determine the corrosion probability as well as the corrosion rate that the ship itself need to take into consideration, the design of the ship that needs to take into consideration in terms of the material selections. So we are still work in progress at this current juncture to look at the impurities that will pretty much will require us to go through a lab testing, a simulation testing. But at minimum, we have established sort of like a base foundation for us to start the discussion with various emitters from the industries, trying to sort of like land on the element where they will be able to pretty much provide a relaxation, and which later on will translate it into the relaxation of the material selection that need not to be of exotic material when we construct the ship cargo tank itself. So, and then the moment we are able to pretty much land on one common CO2 specification for multiple industry player, we can also use that as a foundation for us to not only design the terminal over at the receiving country or the storage country, but it will be automatically can be spilled over to the same design and standardization design over at the export terminal and port as well. So that is pretty much the 2 areas that I can share where standardization that will translate into a cost reduction or cost optimization in us coming out or building the liquid CO2 vessel. Thank you.
Narayan-san, your explanation helps us clearly understand that in addition to the ship-shore compatibility, to define the CO2 purity, such as moisture and H2S, are essential because they may cause corrosion in steel materials. That is my understanding. Thank you, Narayan-san. And finally, Mr. Nanao, Pak Nanao Kerain, please let us hear your views on how standardizing vessel specifications and technologies could help reduce the cost.
Okay, so we believe there's 3 elements to reduce the cost, and standardization of the LO2 carriers are essential in this context. And the 3 element we believe it's essential to reduce cost. The first is to upsize the LCO2 carrier. Second, standardization of the LO2 carrier. The third one is optimization by fleet operation. So I'm going to explain one by one. So first, upsizing LCO2 carrier. By transporting in larger size, of course, unit freight costs can be reduced. And second, standardization of LCO2. By standardizing the LCO2 carrier design and also source facility, the vessel can be commonly used across multiple projects, which brings efficiency and redundancy in value chain. And of course, ship-shore compatibility is very important in this regard, as Kuramoto-san explained now. The third one, the optimization by fleet operation. By operating standardized LCO2 carrier as a fleet, we can allocate them flexibly for most suitable timing and location. And this will improve utilization of the vessel, each vessel. So next slide, please. So let me explain upsizing LCO2 carrier. As you know, the current commercialized technology applied, such as in Northern Lights project in Norway, is based on middle temperature and middle pressure. And middle pressure in tank requires cargo tank itself very thick, so which limits the size of the vessel around 20,000 cubic meter. So instead, by using low temperature, low pressure condition, the size of vessel can be upsized to around 50,000 cubic meter. So the merit of low temperature and low pressure is obvious. Loading quantity is about 2.7 times larger than 20,000 cubic meter vessel. And freight costs can be reduced by about 40% per ton based on transport from Far East to Southeast Asia. However, there is an operational challenge in low temperature and low pressure condition because it is very close to triple point of CO2, where the LCO2 can form dry ice. So we need more operational research and demonstrations in order not to form dry ice in actual operation in low temperature and low pressure tank condition. So Caroline is now joining. Sorry, can you go back? Yeah. Can you go back to previous slides? So we are joining a demonstration project of low temperature, low pressure tank condition supported by NEDO, National Research Agency of Japan. So this picture, the right bottom, is a demonstrating vessel carrying LCO2 in low temperature, low pressure condition, named X-Cool, as Kuramoto-san explained. The tank size about only 1,500 cubic meter. In this project, we are contributing in cargo handling, aiming to help establish low temperature, low pressure as a proven and practical technology. Thank you very much. ごめんなさい。Next, もう一ページあった。Can you go next? So we believe by standardizing LO2 carrier, we can optimize the vessel usage by fleet operation. Currently, in many developing projects, LCO2 carrier is supposed to be dedicated to each project. For example, vessel A is used only for emitter A and storage A. So in this case, each project must be secure their own dedicated tonnage and plan to cater for their maximum demand. This means more vessels are required and utilization rate of each vessel will be low. However, the fleet operation LCO2 carrier can ease this issue. If LCO2 carrier is operated as a fleet, and if project A has less demand or delay of cargo, vessel can be allocated to other projects. So in dedicated model, if the vessel A just has to wait for cargo, but in fleet operation, that vessel may be flexibly allocated to other suitable cargo. This improves the overall utilization rate of the vessels and reduce the freight cost. So standardization of LCO2 carrier and shore facility will strongly support this approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nanao-san, for your observation. This is just my personal experience, but I was seconded to a Japanese shipyard for 3 years until March this year, where I learned a lot about the vessel construction cost. I learned that diversified ship designs can significantly increase the vessel prices. Particularly, the tank containment system, it's a very much critical part, critical components. By standardizing the tank size and vessel specifications, it can help shipyards to improve the production efficiency and substantially reduce the capex for the vessels. Okay, so thank you, Nanao-san. Very much informative. So the time is running up. I would like to wrap up this session, session 3. Thank you all for your attention, and a big thank you to our panelists for sharing the latest updates on the CO2 shipping. One of my key takeaways from today's session is the importance of standardization. We highlighted 3 areas that could help reduce the costs. Number 1, CO2 specifications. Secondly, ship shore compatibility. And the third, common vessel designs. It's premature to say, but these 3 points reminded me of the LNG shipping. Looking back its history, LNG became a global business thanks to the efforts like standardization of the molecules and making sure ships and ports compatibility, and developing the common vessel designs, size and containment systems. These efforts helped LNG become a very much competitive, highly liquid, and widely traded commodity. I see similarities between CCS and LNG to some extent. So CCS can follow that similar path, just like LNG. To make cross-border CCS sustainable, we need to move beyond optimizing each project individually. Instead, we should think about improving the whole system globally. Of course, every CCS project is a unique feature and may need a tailor-made solution. But at the same time, we must stay cost competitive against other clean energy options, alternative fuels like green ammonia, e-methanol, and hydrogen. Multilateral cooperation for the standardization and harmonization, those are the key success factors to make the cross-border CCS as a viable long-term solution. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, but we are almost out of time. So if you have any questions or comments on that, please feel free to directly speak with the panelists at the networking cocktail or 6 p.m. tonight. Okay. With that, we will conclude session 3. Thank you very much for the attention, and I hope this session you can bring something viable or practical ideas to take away. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Kandasang and all panelists. May I invite panelists and Kandasang to stay on stage for the photo session? And may I invite everyone? Yeah, okay. Be in front of the table will be nicer. In front of the table. Please smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Once more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause for our panelists for session 3? Thank you, Mr. Tetsuo Kanda, Mr. Daisuke Kuramoto, Ms. Nur Ain Saleh, Ms. Mutia Rizka, and Mr. Jota Nanao. Next, we are going to hear a presentation by Indonesia CCS Center. Please welcome to the stage the Secretary General of Indonesia CCS Center, Mr. Rizky Muhammad Kafi.
Check. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having us, for having me here. My name is Rizky. I am from Indonesia CCS Center. And as part of our collaboration with ERIA, thank you for having me. So I will tell about what happens in Indonesia and our preparation for International CCS Forum 2025. So this is our profile. So we are honored to have discussion and collaboration from different stakeholders within this region. The first one, I think, is the government agencies coming from Indonesia's MEMR, Ministry of Environment, and the other ministries. And then the second one, we are supported by our members coming from different industries, coming from different countries within this region, Indonesia, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan also. And then on the last one, we are grateful to have collaboration, discussion, engagement with the international partners, Global CCS Institute, government from different countries, Singapore, Japanese, CLDP, and the other, both government and non-government organizations that working together for drive this agenda in the region. So I would say it is a good news or some of our milestones coming from Indonesia on top of the policy or regulatory support that has been led by Indonesian from the last 2 years. I think we already have some improvement or good news coming from I think the second one is coming from the project pipelines. It's getting expanding. We know Sunda Asri, we know Tangguh, we know Masela Inpex. They are, I think, the frontliners from different areas, from different operators. And then the third one is partnership. I think we have completed or signed the MOU with Indonesia and Singapore. On top of that, regarding the carbon credits as one of the enablers for CCS in Indonesia, we also managed to complete arrangement between Indonesia and Gold Standard, and we are trying to approach for different international standard verifier for having seamless carbon credit market in Indonesia. And then the last one is increasing market, both in domestic and potential. We have Pupuk Indonesia, we have Indonesian Electricity PLN having interest, having study, and getting their commitment for putting CCS as one of their projects. Blue ammonia, clean electricity with power plants I think they are progressing right now. Pupuk Indonesia mentioned about their blue ammonia from some of their projects. PLN, the Indonesian Electric Fertilizer, and the Indonesian electricity provider are also trying to put 1 gigawatt of CCS combined with the existing power plants for having initiative on the low carbon products in Asia. And then what's next? What are the challenges? What are we going to do, or what are we going to push on the next 2025 forward? I think we see three major challenges. So the first one is trying to fill the regulatory gaps. We know we have the presidential regulations, we know we have some ministerial regulations, and then we are trying to fill the other regulations to fulfill all the CCS value chain between capture, transport, and storage. And then the second one is we are trying to develop the CCS market for both domestic and cross-border. We know several agreements, we know several MOUs, we know several commitments that might be supported or that might be continued for getting commercial commitment or commercial agreement. And then the last one is still public awareness. Knowing that CCS is still a new technology, somebody is still thinking that this is a kind of rocket science. Somebody is still thinking that it is a contra of nature-based solutions, and we try to educate all of the public perceptions. So that's why we have the CCS forums. It is a platform for collaborations. Executed from 2023, 2024 for solve the problems. So this is our event. We cordially invite you to join this event also. It will be held in 7 to 8 October next month, held in Jakarta and also supported by the government. We are grateful to have support from the Connecting Ministry of Economics and the Indonesian Parliament as the government agencies that are trying to provide support for CCS development in Indonesia, also in the region. And the last one, we are trying to engage and we are trying to put a lot of knowledge here from different sectors. Policy, yes. Technology, yes. Enablers also. We are trying to put some information or some session for all the financings, insurance framework, carbon credits, and all the enablers that needs to be implemented in Indonesia. Because from what we see in Indonesia, we are still in the learning curve. How to accelerate the learning curve is by trying to discuss with a lot of stakeholders, including these sessions, including this event, to have a better understanding, to have same align or same goals for developing CCS, not only in Indonesia, but also in the region in Asia. So I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Rizky, for sharing your insights from the Indonesia CCS Center. Now we are going to start the last session of the day, which is the expansion and penetration of CCS and CCU carbon recycling. Please allow me to invite to the stage the moderator, Dr. Robi Kurniawan, Program Manager on Energy of ASEAN ERIA. Together with panelists Ms. Nora Al-Amer, Mr. Katsuki Yasuhara, Dr. Kenji Oyamada, Mr. Raffi Kumarneti, Mr. Lili Unggul Raharjo, and Mr. Rozikin Busro. Please give them a round of applause. Mr. Raffi Kumar, are you here with us? Hello, Mr. Raffi. Hello, we can hear you, but your voice is slightly not clear here. I'll give the floor to Dr. Robi. I think you can start first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your participation. This is the last session. I am Robi Kurniawan, moderator for this session. And for this session, we will cover quite broad of topics, starting from the carbon management, industrial perspective, technology, health standard, safety, and also from the hard-to-abate sectors. And we are fortunate today, we have distinguished speakers from the expert. The first speaker will be Ms. Noura Al-Amir, Senior International CCS Policy Lead at Global CCS Institute. The second presenter is Mr. Katsuki Yasuhara. He is Senior Manager at Kawasaki Heavy Industries. The third speaker will be Dr. Kenji Oyamada, General Manager at Japan's High Pressure Gas Safety Institute. And then we will also have Mr. Rafi Kumar Nethi from CCS Integration Leader at GE Vernova. And we will also hear a presentation from Mr. Lili Unggul Raharjo. He is Chair of the Indonesian Cement Association. And the last speaker will be Mr. Rozikin, Senior Vice President for CCS at Pupuk Indonesia. Now we will hear the first presentation from Ms. Noura Al-Amir. She will present the carbon management program in his focus. Thank you very much. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Noura Al-Amir, and thank you very much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be with you all this evening. Today I'll be talking about the Carbon Management Challenge as part of the panel of expanding CCUS technologies. So the Carbon Management Challenge was launched in 2023. It's a global call to action aimed to drive the adoption of carbon management technologies, advancing a pipeline of projects by 2030 that, when fully operational, will reach a gigaton of CO2 captured and stored annually. So the Carbon Management Challenge brings countries together towards a common goal, and it is the first and most visible global carbon management initiative aligned with the Paris Agreement. We do a number of events at every COP conference since the launch of the Carbon Management Challenge, which I will show, and it really helps build momentum towards carbon management technologies and international cooperation. We also have existing international initiatives that we strongly align with, namely the Clean Energy Ministerial CCUS initiative, as well as the Mission Innovation Carbon Dioxide Removals Initiative. And we promote collaboration with stakeholders of all kinds, so industry, NGOs, academia, and I'll talk about the stakeholder engagement mechanism in later slides. But I'm also here today to invite all governments as well as stakeholders to join the Carbon Management Challenge. There are different ways of joining, and we've made it very easy and flexible for governments. So we'd be very happy to have you as part of this initiative. So just a little bit on the CMC participants. So it says at the bottom 22 countries, but since producing this presentation, we actually have 23 countries now, plus the European Commission. We just had a country, Kuwait, join the Carbon Management Challenge at the CEM Ministerial in Busan. So now we have 23 countries plus the European Commission, and this represents all different types of economies, and there are different reasons why these countries join the Carbon Management Challenge. Some countries join for CCUS purposes, some join exclusively for CDR. The way the carbon management is defined, which it includes CCUS, CCS, CDR, BECS, DAC, as part of its part of the technologies that it supports and collaborates on. So you'll see from this region, we have Japan, Indonesia, and Australia. All the different counterparts from the CMC are in this room today. So I think it's a great way to meet each other. I can see Rizki there. We have Shauna from Australia and Satoshi from Japan. And we also have a number of different, what's unique about this is we actually have quite a lot of developing countries, especially from Africa, who have joined the Carbon Management Challenge. Many countries who have little to no experience in CCUS technologies and are willing to learn more and do more as we go towards our shared climate goals. So a little bit about how the Carbon Management Challenge is governed. So we have a coordinating committee and a steering committee which sits above the coordinating committee, and all decisions are undertaken by governments that represent each of the 7 regional groups. So far for the 2 regions that are here, we have Indonesia and Japan representing the South and Southeast Asia and the East Asia Pacific regions. And there is a kind of transition process every 1 to 2 years for governments to share the a leadership role for their region. And then we have Canada for North America, Brazil, which is really significant and relevant because of the COP30 presidency this year. And we're working closely with the COP30 presidency through the government of Brazil, which represents the Latin American Caribbean region, and then the UK for the European region, and then we have Saudi Arabia and Kenya for the Middle East and Africa. So what are the ways that the countries have decided to go towards the gigaton goal? So the countries have created 3 different work streams, which are co-led by different governments, with a number of governments as part of the working groups. So for developing country project finance, this focuses on collaborating towards financing options and advancing existing as well as creating new financial policies for countries. A lot of the countries that join the Carbon Management Challenge are very interested in this aspect of the Carbon Management Challenge, and we have a number of deliverables, which I'll share in later slides. So the co-leads there are Kenya and Indonesia. For Workstream 2, project deployment and project tracking, this workstream mainly focuses on tracking that gigaton goal and how we can share policies as well as what our tracking process would look like, as well as other studies that we're doing for this workstream. And then finally, Workstream 3 is our strategic communications and engagement workstream. But before I jump to that, I'll just mention that Brazil is leading that workstream, but we also have Canada and the European Commission as part of that workstream. Workstream 3 is the strategic communication and engagement workstream. So this primarily focuses on raising awareness about the Carbon Management Challenge and carbon management technologies in general. So the co-leads for this workstream are the United Kingdom and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it really is quite an active workstream, and I'll talk more about that in a second. So just a little bit about the workstream focus areas for this year. So for developing country project finance, we're actively working on supporting opportunities within the UNFCCC framework, such as a collaboration with the Green Climate Fund, which we're trying to hopefully accomplish. We're also trying to support developing country carbon management readiness and needs. We just had a capacity building workshop in Saudi Arabia, which was done in partnership with the Global Carbon Management Academy, which has also newly been launched, which brings together universities from around the world to help provide capacity buildings for countries around the world. So that's on Workstream 1, and we also are just exploring funding arrangements to inform and provide fit-for-purpose financing. We have a report that's going to come out hopefully before COP30, which looks at the different financing mechanisms that have been used towards CCS projects so far, and how we can learn from them and how we can apply them in developing countries. For Workstream 2, we're in the process of establishing the tracking tool towards the gigaton goal, also working with existing efforts. I myself work at the Global CCS Institute. That's my second hat as global advocacy lead. And the Global CCS Institute, we have the global status report, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we are working with governments in order to achieve what governments want from tracking in this gigaton goal. So we're working with Imperial College as well, which are doing a CO2 storage registry. We also are looking at combining this with efforts from the Gigaton by 2030 campaign of the Clean Energy Ministerial, as well as the International Energy Agency, which also track different CCS projects as a complementary way of providing a comprehensive package. And we're also going to be launching on the website for all the different governments of the CMC, a public policy repository, so it's easy to navigate and find all the different policies that each of the countries of the CMC are doing. And then we're also doing a study on the path towards the commercial demonstration of actually the update is it's on BECS. So the focus on this is going to be a BECS report. And then with strategic communication and engagement, so we have we're working on different media campaigns, as well as developing content for our website, YouTube, and LinkedIn page. We're also engaging with international partnerships, so with the G20, where possible, we get updates as well from the G7. Canada is the presidency of the G7, who also sit in our steering committee and coordinating committee. So that has been very beneficial. And we're also we're also working in different forums to try and enhance this. And of course, the COP every year. At the COP every year, we do a high-level event, and that includes ministers from around the world. And it usually is quite a popular event, and I'll share some photos of that in a bit. And then maybe just for the industry and finance and academic stakeholders in the room, there is a stakeholder engagement framework that we have recently launched to bring in the stakeholders. There is a button on the Carbon Management Challenge website where you can apply to join the Carbon Management Challenge as part of the stakeholder groups. We have just an information sharing session, an intelligence gathering session with stakeholders that we're scheduling for October to learn what stakeholders want and how we can work best together to achieve the gigaton goal. So just to add some color on our high-level event, so this was the high-level event at COP 28. Just also for background, how the Carbon Management Challenge launched. It was launched at the Major Economies Forum in 2023, and it included, it was on the kind of leaders level. So we had, multiple different kind of global leaders coming together and launching the challenge. And then this came a few months after to reinforce the challenge and bring it to the COP stage. And then this was the one in COP29 last year in Baku. We had 20 plus governments join. Many were on the ministerial level. We also had 150 people in the room, including media, where different ministers shared and different countries shared their high-level activities on carbon management, as well as ways to collaborate together. So this is just quickly our website and our LinkedIn to keep in touch and learn more about the Carbon Management Challenge. Just to reiterate that we're here to invite everyone as an open invitation to governments to join the Carbon Management Challenge. It's inclusive and flexible, so there's no financing obligation. The countries set their own level of participation. There's no binding commitments or targets. You can join at any stage. And we look to work together to advance our shared priorities. And really it is, the Carbon Management Challenge is a very flexible and very open environment. And we try not to make it, we do need kind of formal mechanisms, but we try to keep it as collaborative as possible, and bring together the spectrum of carbon management initiatives under one umbrella. So if you look to learn more, you can email secretariat@carbonmanagementchallenge.org. That email goes directly to myself. You can also read about the governance structure if you're interested to learn more about how governments come to decisions in the Carbon Management Challenge. We have some governments here as well who can share their experience in the Carbon Management Challenge, and if you would like to learn more or to join. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Noura, for highlighting 1 gigawatt target of the carbon management through 3 important work streams. And then we will hear presentation from Kawasaki Heavy Industry. Yasuhara-san, onegaishimasu.
Thank you for introducing Robi-san. I'm Katsuki Yasuhara, Executive Carbon Neutral Business Strategy Office of Kawasaki Heavy Industries. It is my honor to have this opportunity to introduce our CO2 capture technology to the ladies and gentlemen of esteemed government organization, company, and all the related parties. First of all, let me introduce our Kawasaki Heavy Industries. Kawasaki Heavy Industries oversees the formation of a technical-focused corporate group. Our technological capabilities refines over more than a century, send diverse products forth into wide-ranging fields that go beyond land, sea, and air, and even from the ocean depths to outer space. Through the development of unique and broad businesses and much elsewhere, we will continue to create new values that solve the issues facing our customers and society. In 2020, Kawasaki established the Kawasaki Group's new vision statement, outlining what the group envisioned becoming in next 10 years. Group Vision 2030's trustworthy solution for the future. To address social challenges, our group will focus on three fields: a safe and secure, remotely connected society, near future mobility, and energy and environmental solution. By reinforcing Kawasaki's core business and promoting synergy across divisions, we are developing new business that will grow into future pillars for three strategic fields. Now, let me get into the main topic. I would like to introduce our technology named Kawasaki CO2 Capture, KCC. Our CO2 capture technologies uses amine solid solvent. This consists of liquid amine and porous support. Amine covers the pore surface and it captures CO2 selectively. This technology was originally developed to remove CO2 from exhaled breeze in closed environments. Compared to conventional amine scrubbing, our system offers energy-efficient operation. This can be achieved by using low-temperature steam. First, CO2 is absorbed from flue gas, and then CO2 is recovered by injecting saturated steam. For example, it is 60 degrees C. Therefore, unused waste heat from plants can be utilized and energy conservation can be expected when CO2 is captured. This is development pipeline of our technology. We have been developing the solid solvent since 1980s. At that time, we developed the capture system for closed space, such as submarines and aircraft, to remove CO2 generated by human breath. Since the 2000s, the development has shifted toward applying this technology for removing CO2 from exhaust gases as a countermeasure against global warming. Various demonstration tests have been conducted since 2015, and we have applied this technology to post-combustion capture and conducting the large-scale demonstration test for the post-combustion in Japan, as will be explained later. The development of direct air capture began in 2019. From 2025 onwards, our goal is to apply this technology to various CO2 emission sources. Next, I would like to introduce the facility to maximize the performance of the solid solvent. It is a moving bed system. One of its key features is that it consists only of an absorbent layer with high CO2 absorption efficiency. Because the absorption tower is continuously supplied with fresh solvent, this system operates as a continuous process, and it's suitable for large-scale plant applications. Next, I would like to introduce the demonstration test using actual flue gas, starting from the following pages. At first, I would like to introduce a project to capture CO2 from the flue gas of a coal-fired power plant. This plant is located in Kyoto, Japan. We started operations in 2023 and have been running it since then to collect operational data for further development. This plant has the capacity 40 tons of CO2 per day. This project is conducted with the funding from the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, a Japanese governmental organization. Next, I'd like to introduce the project we conducted in Wyoming, USA. The aim of this demonstration project is to assess environmental impact of this technology. Conventional liquid solvent systems require environmental risk assessments to evaluate the extent to which amine degrade and potentially leak into the environment. Since the solid solvents method is still relatively new, especially for large-scale post-combustion CO2 capture, the Japanese Ministry of Environment funded the demonstration to determine what, if any, environmental impact the KCC system might have. This demonstration test was completed by March this year. Although the test equipment did not take any special measures to prevent the scattering, the amount of scattering was extremely low and favorable results were obtained, which is one of the key advantages of KCC. We are also conducting the demonstration tests at the waste treatment facility. The next example is collaboration project with Kajima Corporation, which has developed a CO2 absorbing concrete called silicon. We are conducting joint research with Kajima to utilize CO2 captured by our DAC facility into their concrete. The left side of the photo shows our KCC DAC facility, and the right side shows Kajima's carbonation curing equipment. We successfully achieved the fixation of CO2 captured by DAC into concrete. This concrete is actually being used at the 2025 Japan International Exposition. We will continue working toward large-scale CO2 fixation. Finally, construction has begun at our Kobe works in Japan of a facility to demonstrate newly developed low-concentration CO2 capture technologies. The completion of the construction is scheduled for October this year. The new facility will conduct technical demonstrations of direct air capture to capture CO2 from the atmosphere and the post-combustion CO2 capture to capture CO2 from exhaust gas of the Kawasaki high-efficiency gas engine power plant installed at the site. So we will continue to advance our energy-saving CO2 capture technologies to provide solutions for the decarbonization and contribute to the realization of a carbon-neutral society. Thank you for your kind attention to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Yasuhara-san, for presenting KCC that can absorb even in the low concentration of CO2 emission. And then for the next presentation, we will hear high-pressure gas safety of Japan, which represented by Oyamada-san. Please.
Hello, I'm Kenjo Yamada of KHK Japan. First of all, we would like to thank you for having KHK this opportunity to become a panelist for this session and for preparation of this ASEAN forum. Now, I would like to start my presentation. This is the contents of my presentation today. First, I would like to introduce about KHK activities and position to realizing hydrogen society. KHK is a private organization established by the High Pressure Gas Safety Act in Japan. KHK is run through fees from business activities such as inspections, certifications, and educations, as well as commissioned work from the government and other organizations. KHK believes that safety and development shall not be separated. As shown in this figure, it is necessary to build and maintain a house that is development with safety that is a foundation. To realizing hydrogen society, the safe use of hydrogen is important, and also CCS is an essential technology. KHK would like to contribute for both safety and development for hydrogen society. Next is the background of development of KHKS for CCS pipelines. This figure shows the scope of safety regulations and the CCS Business Act in Japan. The red frames indicate the scope of application of the CCS Business Act. The yellow areas represent CO2 pipeline transportations. This figure explains the status of KHK's development of KHKS for the CCS pipelines. The CCS Business Act is a new act that is established in May last year, so safety regulations have not yet been established. On the other hand, it is difficult for private sectors to make investment decisions upon their CCS projects before a technical standard is developed. Therefore, KHK, as an expert in high-pressure gas, including carbon dioxide CO2, decided to begin the development of the technical standard KHKS of the CO2 pipelines in order to support private sectors planning CCS activities. KHK intends the KHKS of the CO2 pipelines to be used under the safety regulation of the CCS Business Act. There was a rupture accident of CO2 pipeline in the Mississippi, USA in 2020. In the United States, CO2 pipelines are currently working in total over 8,600 kilometers and utilized for EOR and EGR in oil and gas fields. In this accident, heavy rain triggered a landslide that ruptured a CO2 pipeline, causing massive leakage of CO2. It resulted in the evacuation of 200 residents and the hospitalization of 45 people. Once occurring such a large-scale accident, it could put a stop to the promotion of CCS. That is why we have to learn from the lessons of various accidents and develop a technical standard in the state of the art. Next is a summary of KHKS for CO2 pipelines. The standards development procedure of KHK are with consensus-based and stakeholders with emphasizing on balance of interest, openness, and transparency. KHKS itself is a voluntary standard, but lots of KHKS have been adopted by Japanese regulatory agencies so far. Now, KHK is developing a KHKS for CO2 pipelines for CCS with experts from various fields, such as academia, users, manufacturers, and local government, and also with METI. This is an image of development of KHKS for CO2 pipeline. Not only by harmonizing with ISO standard, but also by developing KHKS that incorporates the latest information of domestic and foreign regulations, as well as accidents and incidents. In addition, outstanding issues specific to CO2 pipelines are examined, such as corrosion issues and running ductile fracture. As explained earlier, lessons learned from past accidents is taken into account. Earthquakes are the greatest threat to infrastructure, including pipelines. Therefore, seismic design is one of the key points of this KHKS. The below figures shows the seismic design categories for CO2 pipelines, depending on their installation environments. The bottom tables are remarkable key points of the KHKS. To ensure safety, it requires leakage impact assessment and installation of block valves to mitigate the leakage. Furthermore, it required to prevention of running ductile fracture that specific pipelines subject to high pressure. It is also important to consider the functions monitoring and alarming for several parameters, including emerging shutdown function. In addition, as explained earlier, countries of which earthquakes often occur, such as Japan or Southeast Asian countries, including your country, Indonesia, so it necessary in high level of seismic performance. Final is about future schedule. This figure shows from top or bottom national regulation, the private sector business plan, and our KHKS development plan. Currently, the draft of KHKS has been approved by some committees and committees, and we are aiming for published in 2002 this year. We, KHK, advances our activities with a commitment to create safe and secure global common assets. This is conclude my presentation. Telemakashi, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Oyamada-san. Yeah, indeed, the good safety framework is very important for building the public trust as well as for the carbon cross-border carbon trade. And then for the next session, we will hear from the hard-to-abate sector, which is the first one is from the Mr. Lili from the Indonesia Cement Association. The stage is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thanks for having me here. I think it's a good honor, yeah. And I would like to share from Indonesia Cement Association about the Decarbonisation initiative in cement industry in Indonesia to achieve net zero emission, and also that's relevance to the topic of carbon capture system. Okay, this is the overview of cement industry in Indonesia. We have 16 members, 16 company, and the total integrated plant is around 23 integrated plant. And the location you can see on the map of Indonesia from Sumatra to Papua. And also the plant consists of 50 production line. So I think this map can be used as a reference of the carbon hub also. Yeah. Next. And the situation of supply-demand situation where we are facing the oversupply condition. Our capacity around 119.9 million ton per year, while the demand is only 65 million ton. So very low utilization, only 56%. So we are on the margin pressure at the moment. Yeah. But that said, we know that everybody know cement industry is one of the big pollutant. Yeah. Around 7% of CO2 emission is coming from the cement industry. Yeah. Therefore, cement industry in the future should be different. So we have to commit on the climate change action, implementing the circular economy, and also become a solution provider, and also as link also with the some SDG goal. Yeah. For your information, in Indonesia, the emission from cement industry around 5%, and that's equal to 56 million ton CO2 per year. That's just I think. Yeah. Okay, and also we commit to the Paris Agreement, to the NDC, enhanced NDC. That by 2030, we targeted, we will reduce the emission by 32%, yeah, based on the business as usual, and by support from the global, the target is around 43.2%. That's what we are doing now. Yeah, so we have 4 clusters of mitigation for the decarbonisation, how to reduce the emission. First, switching the fossil fuel to alternative fuel by consume the biomass, and then also industrial waste, and then also RDF to replace some fossil fuel like coal. Our main fuel is coal, yeah, and this clearly generate CO2. And then the second one is reducing the clinker factor by producing the low carbon cement. Yeah? And then enhance the efficiency. And the last one is implementing the innovative technology like digitalization for the optimization of the energy consumption. And also we also put on our mitigation about implementation of CCUS. And this is our milestone, yeah. So we refer to the baseline of 2010, yeah, where our intensity of the CO2 in scope 1 is around 825, and then now today in 2024, our intensity already dropped to
580 kilogram CO2 per ton cement, with some several action like clinker factor reduction to produce low carbon cement, and then increase the consumption of alternative fuel to replace the fossil fuel, and then improve the efficiency of energy consumption. So until 2050. But if you see in the below table, that's still any remaining CO2 that we cannot make zero. It's clear. So whatever we do with some initiative, then still we need to capture the remaining CO2 around 57 million ton CO2 per year. That's we rely on CCUS. So you can see from the graph here. So the left graph is about the decarbonisation, or the top line is about the business as usual. If we do not do anything, then by 2050, our emission will be around 114 million. But then we do some mitigation, and then still some remain around 57 million ton. That's the function of CCUS. Still not clear for us at the CCU or CCS or CCUS. And if you see the contribution on the pie chart in 2050, the biggest contribution is CC or carbon capture system. And then the second one is implementing low carbon cement. But at the moment, for cement industry, CCUS still on the feasibility stage. I have to, and that is the waterfall. In 2010, our emission 35 million, and then because of the demand increase, the emission, business as usual, if we do not do anything, will increase around 78. That with some mitigation, the remaining is 72 million, and then we implement the CCUS. That's we have to capture around 60, and the other one is offset 3 million to make the net zero emission. This is the progress up to 2024 with some mitigation. So we can reduce the emission by 21%, and then we already reduce also the fossil fuel consumption around 8%, and then we increase also the energy efficiency, and we reduce the clinker factor. And we know the main actor of the decarbonisation to support the net zero emission. I think everybody know from for actor like from academy or university, and then government related to regulation, funding, and then from the industry also, and also from the finance sector. We have some gap, if we refer to the point of view of the cement industry, that our aim is to reduce CO2 emission from cement production process. We have some issue with the policy and the regulatory, like the carbon pricing, those other development, and then the incentive, and then the technology. The technology that we mentioned is about the carbon capture. We do some benchmark, visited some pilot project like in China. Just this year, we visited Cement and Anhui. They already have carbon capture and utilization, not CCS, but utilization, because they utilize the capture carbon for the food and beverage industry, and then also for the agriculture. But the total emission that they can capture is only 8.5%. Started from 2022, that until now they still continue with this carbon capture system, but there is no plan to expand for the CCU system in China. And then also we visited hydroelectric material in Alberta, Canada. So this full-scale project has already been announced in 2023, but until this year has not been started yet because they're still finalizing the design, but they already have 2 pilot projects that they still continue observing. And then also in Japan, we visited also Kumakaya plant. The capture is only 0.25%. That's funded by NEDO, but under law also no expansion plan as we heard. So this is the concern. So for us, CCUS systems are still very expensive, especially for this economic condition and also in the situation of oversupply, where we have also the margin pressure. And then regulatory and policy is still uncertainty. We need clear and long-term policy, and then also financing a challenge. Because if not clear with the return, so nobody will invest. In Canada, can I continue? Because already okay. In Canada, we can also excuse me. Because they have a business model that different. They combine the revenue, what they call it. They have revenue streams from the carbon credit, and then also from the electricity they generate, and also the government also funding around 25%. That's something that probably we can also adopt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Lili, for highlighting roadmap for cement sector. And CCUS will have important role, especially after 2035. And then we will hear another presentation from Pupuk Indonesia, which will be represented by Bapak Mr. Rozikin. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining this event. Who is still enthusiastic to even though almost a night. So my name is Rozikin Busro from Pupuk Indonesia. I'm handling sustainability and clean ammonia project in Pupuk Indonesia. First of all, Pupuk Indonesia is a SOE company owned by BPI Danantara right now. We have 5 fertilizer plant and 4 non-fertilizer company under Pupuk Indonesia Holding. So based on the Pupuk Indonesia Decarbonisation initiative, we have to reduce around 32% on 2030 and 95% on 2050. This is obligation to net zero emission. With this initiative, we have 5 SEC initiative: energy efficiency optimization, circular economy, carbon capture and storage, natural-based solutions, green energy utilization, and clean chemical businesses. Clean chemical businesses is related to carbon capture and green ammonia. If we see here, there is no other way, then we should change our process from gray ammonia to clean ammonia in the coming future. So related to the CCS, Pupuk Indonesia have a blue ammonia development program. You can see here the blue color is our project who now are running blue ammonia Aceh in with the Arun CCS and blue ammonia in Maselan. This is a big project we are developing right now. The others is developing CCS integrated with our existing fertilizer plant to reduce the decarbonization. And this is a very challenging situation, but we just are running the program. The next is green ammonia development program in Pupuk Indonesia. We almost reached FID for one project in Aceh we call Gaya project. This year we should kick this project running. The other is PKG in West Java and East Java. We have 2 program. The other program, pink ammonia, we call small modular reactor in Bontang and nuclear. This is a very still far away, but now we are studying the regulation at this moment. The next program is other CO2 utilization to chemical, like we use CO2 for producing the soda ash, and also we capturing as offset with this natural based solution on the carbon print. So we are trying to certification this to become carbon price into carbon pricing mechanism. I think the clean ammonia supply chain is almost completed. We have discussed along this year from production and transformation. Pupuk Indonesia are ready to produce the clean ammonia. And now the challenging is from a transporter and also the demanding on end user. So talking about the CCS hub, Indonesia have a very key advantage. There is a special economic zone is already there. The CCS is already there. Then the gas resources, and Pupuk Indonesia, fortunately we are there in Bontang and in Aceh. I think this is one step after the production set and the supply chain is already built up in Indonesia. So this is our study about the supply and demand gap. We study with the Argus consultant. The chart on the left shows that the gap global clean ammonia supply and demand in 2030, 2040, and 2050. It suggests that the global demand for clean ammonia could reach high 339 million a year by 2050, and exceeding supply forecast 233 million ton a year in 2050. If we look at the special in APEC, and there is still a gap on the consumption and the capacity in 2030, but in 2040, the consumption is more higher than the capacity, and also 2050. But this is still all we collected the data from whoever want to produce. But actually, the clean ammonia capacity is not big as this issue. The next is about the cost of the carbon itself. We have an internal study from hybrid green ammonia, from the commercial green ammonia, and the blue ammonia, if it's integrated with the CCS on LNG, or it's built by standalone the CCS. So you can see here the abatement cost will very vary. From green ammonia Aceh is 346, and the hybrid is also near 350. For blue ammonia standalone is almost 50, and existing from plant is 70, and integrated with the blue ammonia is 100. So if we call a margin MACC, marginal abatement cost curve is, this is the most maximum cost that from producer can take, or otherwise the end user will pay the tax, in simple tax. So the success factor we study is internal and external. For internal, the energy resources and supply of raw material itself, then the business process and technology, the logistic, and in external is come from client. We should educate to use the green product, and also international organization, then government, of course, to support the policy. So our recommendation is to develop the green hydrogen and the green ammonia is regarding the infrastructure support, to easy to get a captive on the power. This is for green electricity, and also CCUS for blue ammonia, integrating CCS facility, pipeline facility. The others is accelerating the development of a CCS hub. And also the fiscal regulation is certain electric price incentive, then granting tax incentive whoever the company who can meet the NDC target. Number 3 is coming from technology. We should select the best efficient on electrolyzer, performance type, and if blue ammonia, we should select the most established CCS, but either we can share the CCS itself or we combine with the oil and gas or LNG gas. The last is the carbon mechanism. This is the industrial request, especially for hard abandonment industry like us. If we starting the decarbonization use the CCS, there is some cost to be added to our product, but we should generate for other revenue like a certification if we doesn't want to sell the product as a premium cost. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Pak Lili, for highlighting some of the effort from the people in Indonesia toward cleaner blue ammonia production. And then for the last speaker, we will hear Mr. Ravi from GE Vernova. Mr. Ravi?
Dr. Robi, am I loud and clear?
Okay, it's clear. So please continue your presentation.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, thank you. So just very quick introduction to the GE Vernova, the company where I work. So we are the forerunner in the energy transition and the decarbonization solutions with a very, very broad portfolio as shown here. And we cut across almost all major power segments. If you look from the left side to the right side, so we are going from gas power, renewables, the nuclear, SMR, power conversion, grid solutions, and the carbon capture. So if you're looking at a summary, right, of all the solutions, what we are running around at GE Vernova, our mission is very clear. That is electrify and decarbonize at a scale. So that being said, today I will try to focus more on the carbon capture related solutions, what we are doing to enable and scale the carbon capture for the gas power plants through the innovations and the collaboration. So if you see now, to start with at the plant level, right? So I was saying we are focusing more on the plant and the value chain. So to start with the plant, so as you know, the natural gas combined cycle power plants and the carbon capture plants are very matured and the proven technologies and the plants. It's been there for ages, but connecting them directly is very capital and energy intensive. So we have seen a lot of presentations today talking about the capital investment and energy intensive nature of this process. So the traditional end of pipe solutions are what we call a bolt-on solutions are expensive because we are having one big fundamental problem. When you are talking about the post-combustion carbon capture, we are trying to capture the carbon in a very huge flue gases, which is having very low CO2 concentration. So we are talking about 3.5 to 4%, which demands a larger and more sophisticated carbon capture system. So at GE Vernova, we are trying to solve this problem through the integration and not addition. So I'm trying to differentiate it. So integration is more about trying to combine the gas power plants with the carbon capture, whereas addition is more about adding the carbon capture without complete integration between these two. So that being said, to start with a few of the major technologies we are working on it. If you see the EGR, that is called exhaust gas recirculation. I think you might have heard this quite often. So it's a very well-established concept, widely adopted in the automobile industry. So where we're trying to recirculate 30 to 40% of exhaust gases back to the gas turbine. By doing that, so we are increasing if you see here, this is how the overall EGR looks like. So we are increasing the CO2 concentration and reducing the oxygen level in the exhaust, and also reducing the flow that goes into the carbon capture. So fundamentally, we are lowering the capex and also lowering the apex, and also making the carbon capture plant footprint into the the smaller size. Now go to the next one, calling it as steam integration at the top left corner. So where, as we have seen, we have been talking since morning that carbon capture is an energy intensive process. So it needs significant amount of heat, uh, for the regeneration, and generally that's come from an ox boiler, but it adds the additional emission and also adds the capex. So at an integrated solution perspective, we try to integrate the steam turbine with the carbon capture process, so that it will reduces the efficiency impact and also minimizes the the capex, because we don't need a auxiliary boiler anymore. Now comes to the other one, I'll try to combine both the equipment upgrades and integrated control systems, where we have a very specific packages that would ensure that power output of the combined cycle power plant will remain same even after adding the carbon capture. So we are talking about additional auxiliary load, we are talking about additional steam requirement, but because of this upgraded packages, especially for the existing units, we'll try to maintain the power output remain same, so that it will not have any impact on the power purchase agreements and of that sort. Then comes to the controls. So I might have used the word integration of multiple times. Now for this integrated carbon capture and the NGCC to work seamlessly, we need to have an advanced controls. So our DCS, our Mark 60 control system, orchestrate the gas turbine, steam turbine, and the capture unit operate as a single and a reliable plant instead of having two separate control systems. So by combining all these four technologies, I mean, there's another list of items, but I'm trying to make use of the limited time here. But with all this technologies here, we could able to reduce the capex by 20% and opex by 20%, and also enhance the performance by 5% as compared to the bolt-on solution. So when we are talking about the megawatt, gigawatt of power and billions dollars of investment, these numbers are quite significant. So now, that being said, is it more of a conceptual? Is it the theory? No. So we are demonstrating, we are already demonstrating this at net zero Teesside Power. I think most of you are aware. It's in the project in the UK, and this is the world's first integrated carbon capture with gas power plant, and has a capability to deliver around 740 megawatt of power while capturing 2 million ton of CO2 annually. So this is what we mean by the scale and innovation in the action. Again, with a broad collaboration, that's broadly possible when you are collaborating with the multiple stakeholders. So this is more on the a plant level innovation or optimization I was talking about. It is more of a micro level of the optimizations of carbon capture. Now when we move forward to the little zoom out and looking at the value chain level, okay, so this is more of a macro scopic level. So here we have done a study, the Indonesia carbon capture value chain study. The scope of it is to find out the end-to-end carbon capture technical and economical analysis. So it's from the emitters till the storage. We work with various partners. You could see it here. The emissions are coming from two power plants, Java Satu and PLN Nusantara Power. And we integrated with the carbon capture technologies provided by the Carbon Co. And then the BP was doing the shipping and the storage. I mean, we heard about BP Tanggu projects today morning, the scope of it. So this study designed a pathway of handling 5.5 million tons of CO2 per year and transported over 73 kilometers by the pipeline, and then shipped almost 3,000 kilometers from Jakarta to Tanggu Island. Okay, so this is the extension of the study we're talking about. Now, then what is the outcome of this one? So we identified obviously the technical requirements, possibility of the same, and also mapped out the cost drivers. So this is where I am listing down various cost drivers and where we could further optimize it as we move forward to the next level of the study. This Indonesia study showed that while we have a very clear understanding that the capture is the largest cost driver, but transportation and storage are also very significant, especially in the Asia's geography. So since morning, we are talked about cross-boundary CO2 transportation. So these are all expensive affairs. So by doing in a holistic terminology, the capture will have probably the, not very high significant, but the transportation and storage also have as significant as a capture. So that being said, so we see here that the technology is ready. If you see individually, all these technologies are ready, mature, but economics are a bit tough. So handling this million tons of CO2 across the long distances, the example I just shared here, not only requires an engineering innovation, but also the financials and the policy innovation. So that is why mechanisms such as carbon markets and, for example, joint credit mechanism, JCMs, becomes very, very essential, because we are purely talking about the economical aspects of making this project viable. And these carbon markets and the JCM, as example I said, provide a framework to monetize the captured CO2, reduces the cost burden on the operator, and also provides the attractive investment that needed to move the study from from the desktop study to the actual execution. So in principles, in other words, technology makes CCUS possible, and as I showed in the plant level, we are bringing out the integration EGR, and we are doing a net zero T side power plant. But market makes the CCUS investable. And that being said, just to summarize, innovation at the plant level makes the CCUS technically and economically viable. Example I showed at Net Zero T side, it's a commercially going to be operated plant in 3 years from now. When innovation at the value chain level makes the CCUS bankable and scalable. So value chain level, as I said, collaborate and trying to make sure that we have this infrastructure is available. So the economies of scale comes into the action and reduces the overall cost of the CO2 value chain. Then another most important thing, we lot of panelists discussed since morning, that collaboration is very, very important and the key to accelerate the deployment of the CCUS. So that to enable the synergies, to leverage the experience and to optimize the overall infrastructure, this collaboration with the multiple stakeholders is very important. And the last one is, as I emphasized in the 2 minutes back, that carbon markets and policy frameworks are catalysts that will unlock the investment and deployment. So we are not purely talking about the technical readiness or the technical aspects of the overall carbon capture, utilization, and the storage, but we're also trying to talk about the various the de-risking it and making it investment friendly aspects of it. So as I mentioned, so from net zero T side in the UK to the value chain studies in the Indonesia, we are trying to demonstrate how this innovative approaches moves the CCUS from aspirational side of it to the realization. So aspiration more of the studies and the realization is more of the execution. So that being said, at GE Vernova, we are not just developing the solutions, not just developing the technical solutions, but we are proving them at a scale with a broader collaborations with our, the partners, which I gave a lot of examples here. So that's all from my side, and thank you. And I look forward for the, further discussions here. Dr. Ruby, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rafi, for highlighting the project related to the integration of CCS to the combined cycle gas power plant. Ladies and gentlemen, due to time constraint, we will not proceed the question and answer. But I just want to highlight some of the presentation from each speakers. The first speaker, Ms. Nora from the Global CCS Institute, she highlighted the target of 1 gigaton CO2 management by 2030, and with 3 work streams project deployment, finance, and strategy communication. She also inviting for the international collaborator. The second presentation from Yasuhara-san from Kawasaki Heavy Industry. He presented the experience of the Kawasaki Heavy Industry that developed KCC, carbon capture, from Kawasaki, and they moved forward from the pilot project toward the commercialization in Kawasaki. And then the third presentation from Oyamada-san, that from the high pressure gas safety of Japan. It is kind of the leading development of CO2 pipeline safety standard, and the safety framework, of course, very important for public trust and also for the cross-border project. And from the presentation, we highlight some safety important that some safety include leakage prevention, fracture resistance monitoring, also seismic design, as he's shown the case in the USA. And then Mr. Lili from Indonesia Cement Association, he highlight that cement emit quite high in terms of the emission to the total emission, and in the roadmap from the cement sector, it is mentioned that some effort will be conducted, including from the emission energy efficiency, clinker, and also from the CCS, especially after 2035. And he also mentioned the some barriers related to the CCS, such as high cost, regulation, and also finance. And then Mr. Rozikin from Bupik Indonesia, highlighting the clean ammonia initiative from the Pupuk Indonesia, and he highlights some recommendation related to the development of the clean ammonia. Among others is how we can develop the infrastructure, fiscal, technology, and also how we can generate revenue stream addition from the carbon credit. And then the last speaker, Mr. Rafi from GE Vernova, showcasing the innovation in the combination of the CCS integration toward the combined cycle gas power plant, and highlight that some opportunities for the cost reduction from those applications. Thank you very much for presenter for delivering wonderful presentation, and also from participant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Robi and all panelists. May I invite all panelists to stand up for the photo session? Please stand in front of the table, please. Is it okay? Please smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. 2, 3, cheers. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Robi Kurniawan, Ms. Nura Al-Amer, Mr. Katsuki Yasuhara, Dr. Kenji Oyamada, Mr. Rafi Kumar, Mr. Lili Unggul, and Mr. Rosikin Busro. Please give our panelists a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of our event. For the closing remarks before we close, allow me to call the Chief of Staff of ERIA, Mr. Yuta Okuyama.
Distinguished representatives from the Indonesia's Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Japan's METI, and SKK Migas, the Center of Excellence for the CCS and CCUS Indonesia, all experts, speakers, and participants. Good afternoon. After a day of fruitful sharing and discussion, we finally reached the end of the first day of the 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. In this morning's opening remarks, distinguished leaders emphasized the importance of CCUS technology as a key solution for achieving net zero emission target, as well as a circular economy, underscoring the opportunity in front of us to work together in turning CCUS potential into reality. Throughout 4 panel sessions, we engaged in intensive dialogue and shared valuable insights. In the session 1, highlighted that strong policy is essential for the success of CCS in Asia. Given the regional scale of CCS projects and emissions, cross-border CCS offers both economic scales and sustainable potential. Experts also highlighted key points necessary for cross-border CCS in the Asia-Pacific region, including government support, G2G coordination through bilateral agreements, and cost reduction efforts toward the self-sustainable CCS businesses. Then in the session 2, distinguished experts dive into the commercial aspects of cross-border CCS in the Asia-Pacific, emphasizing the need to establish the cost-competitive CCS value chains, develop self-sustaining CCS business projects, and strengthen the collaboration across private, public, and multilateral sectors. Session 3 focused on the CO2 shipping for cross-border CCS, noting that ship to transport CCS has come close to its commercial scale, indicating that cross-border CCS project could become the reality in the near future. Just we discussed earlier, session 4 explored the CCS expansion, penetration, and the CCU carbon recycling, highlighting that while advancing the technologies are emerging to convert CO2 into useful chemicals and materials, and also the further development is needed to realize its economic scale and also the predictability to invest. In general, we observe that the development of the CCS and CCU technologies is promising, but further efforts is needed, like research, capacity building, and public involvement. The Asia CCUS Network will continuously take the opportunity to serve stakeholders in ASEAN and East Asia to support the process of realizing these technologies and making net zero emissions achievable. On behalf of ERIA, I would like to thank all speakers, moderators, and participants for making today's forum a success. I hope this forum also provides an opportunity for participants to build networks and collaboration essentials for the development of CCUS. Once again, thank you for your continuous support for the Asia CCUS Network. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Okoyama-san. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program for the first day of 5th Asia CCUS Network Forum. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to sincerely thank all of our distinguished panelists and also participants both here in Fairmont and joining us online. We look forward to another productive and inspiring day together. Thank you once again, and we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.